Okay, let's sit here for a minute, let some people get here, and then we will get started. I've not played the PTR now. I didn't have time during the weekend it was up. Hey, Barnabas. Hey, big man time. Hey, cacophony. Yeah, we got a. I've been told this is a very large patch. I know they exist. I read them at one point. I don't know what their final versions are. Open up some juicy lists. Okay, okay. Oh, I should probably update that, huh? Let's see. Dwarfs are back. Yeah. Finally getting a real power card in the Dwarfs deck. Wait, is that the... Oh, that just is the patch notes. Oh, sweet. It was already updated. So... Good stream and a good patch. Okay, okay. I noticed this is an hour long. It's pretty long.
Jason, welcome back.
Hey man, what's up?
We always start by shouting our names. That's
Couldn't
that's
click one at all
interesting one.
today.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's been a long time. Sorry for the long wait, but finally we are
Yep.
here, and we're
To
here
XP.
to talk
We have
about
nothing else to do tonight.
Gwent
I'll
and
leave it at
its
one.
roadmap for 2021.
Yeah, I love that word, but I think we kind of maybe underestimated the impact of not doing this with you guys would have, and so, apologies if it feels like we're in a place where we weren't really planning to support Gwen properly. That was never our intention. We just wanted to open up some space for us to make some decisions and change some stuff. And I don't think we were quite ready at that time anyways, especially since we didn't know what we wanted to do with expansions. But are we ready now, Buja?
I think we're super ready right now to actually talk about everything. And yeah, like you said, sorry for the long wait. Things change in game development, as many of you probably know. And yeah, like Jason said, I think we are ready to share with you what we have in store for 2021. Of course, these are our goals.
Right.
I think we should start with the monthly balance.
These are automated,
so
right?
What's happening with those, Jason?
Yeah, so
these have gotten so good.
Sort of same as before. We're committed to keeping the game updated. Obviously, some will be bigger than others. There may come a time once or twice a year where we just aren't in a place where we feel like super comfortable or a bit too busy with other stuff to maybe do something as significant.
Like, these are a meme for the longest time.
I know
but they're
sometimes it might feel like we're not doing them fast enough, but
has it gotten a word wrong yet?
We've had so many instances where we nerf hammered something too soon, and I think in the long run we regret it.
Even gets the stutters.
We think we killed something too harsh too fast, and so I guess maybe we're a bit more cautious here than maybe some of you guys would expect.
Yeah, I'm watching this for the first time.
But it's really hard to balance the preferences of so many people, right? It's often the people who are upset that are very vocal, and those who are happy are super quiet. And I guess there's always this little
these are
angel on the wing saying, "No, wait, this other person is happy, but I'm very angry." And it's really hard to make decisions, and I think we really want to take more time to think it through, let things settle down or sizzle in the frying pan a little longer before we
haven't thought about them too much.
Pop it onto a plate.
I have seen.
What about addressing like problematic cards and stuff like that?
What they do.
Generally, we always want to do that. Though, ideally in measured ways, meaning not too strong. Like, ideally, we don't kill things that people really like. I mean, sometimes it needs to be it needs a hatchet, and I think there'll be some things you guys are really happy coming up with the next balance update really soon. But you know, oftentimes we want to just try, you know, a provision here, a point here, and I know that might seem like really tame to you guys, but I think history has shown that sometimes one provision or one power can make a huge difference in a deck and in the meta.
Yeah.
You know, but the next update is a pretty big one. I'm pretty excited for it. Yeah,
I think we'll talk more about that later.
Yeah.
Exactly. Same thing goes, I think, for underperforming archetypes. Like, instead of like tearing stuff down, you guys want to bring other things up, and I think that's always been kind of a goal. Whenever there's something that is super strong in terms of an archetype dominating, you want, instead of nerfing that one to the ground, you want to bring up other things.
Although sometimes they need to have Peg taken down,
yeah. Well, sometimes if it's too crazy, right?
Yeah. But that being said, you know, we've had a pretty crazy February, I would say. Things have been rather difficult. So, you know, there's quite a few fixes, like the hide button missing when certain card choice screens appear. That unfortunately, you know, we just kind of had to put aside for this update.
Wait.
Been rather difficult. So. You know, there's quite a few fixes, like the hide button missing when certain card choice screens appear. That unfortunately, you know, we just kind of had to put aside for this update. But it's definitely something we have in our
I thought that was
that we want to work
fix.
on and fix. But we definitely wanted to focus on getting this new content out for 8.3.
Wait, what is going wrong that one's hard to fix? That's super weird to me.
And ultimately, we had to pick something to focus on because our usual rate of doing things was severely hampered in the last month. So
yeah,
I hope you guys...
that tells me that they disabled it because something else was breaking in certain contexts. Like, it's not as simple as the button just disappearing. It's the button's disappearing because if the button was there, or if you were able to hide, something else would break. And their way of, like, solving that problem was by not letting you hide it. Because, like, there's no way that it's, like, difficult to put the button back, right? The button's there for some contexts. It's just in certain contexts, they decided they had to have it disabled because something would break. What are we talking about? The bug where you can't hide cards on some choice screens. CD. Well, I know nothing at all about what their backend would look like. That's so weird.
Appreciate it. I just want to do a shout out to the whole team that's been working really hard to make this happen. It's not been easy to get this update to happen. I hope it all goes smoothly and there's no giant issues that happen, but regardless, the guys put
it's not
a lot of effort trying to get this.
I did not get a PTR account. I didn't have time during the weekends
later.
The PTR was running.
Maybe we should move on to the next part of the roadmap.
Yes. So actually, we will show you guys the roadmap because we're going to be talking about Journey to start off.
Right. Is there much to say here? Or do you want to just take this one over?
So Journeys will be happening in the same cadence as they are happening right now. So you just saw Yennefer's Journey, meaning that the next one will be in May with a very familiar character. And that's all I can say. I don't want to add more. Next one in August, and then the other one in November. So yeah, pretty much everything stays the same. Am I correct with that one? I think I am.
Yeah, who the fuck knows?
Yeah, we're quite happy with how people are engaging with Journey. We know it's not necessarily a product for everyone, but generally, you guys are engaging with it really awesomely, and I think we're gonna keep experimenting. Like at least one Journey this year will be something more than what we've done in the past, right?
Yeah, like we want to try something new.
Be careful here, yeah.
But yeah, we can't go into specifics just yet. But yeah, something in the formula might change.
Yeah, but not like fundamentally in a bad way, right? Just a new way of doing a journey.
I have some nice AMCX games.
We want to do this year for sure.
Exactly.
Not quite GameStop level games.
I think that's it for Journeys.
I think it's up like 50%.
Right.
Now the big one. The big expansion topic. So what's happening in the future of expansions? And we'll go back to the roadmap probably for this one to kind of highlight everything much better, in a better way.
So I think this one's actually really tricky to me, and I'm hoping you guys can bear with us here. I think that there's a fundamental slight issue with the way that we think about how CCGs should do content, where the number of cards released is equated to the quality of content or how much a game is being supported. And I just find that leads to a paradigm where just a lot of extra cards that never reach the meta, never see much play, get jammed in to sort of add value to the content, to make it feel like it's really big. And I think with the effort that we take to bring in existing cards and archetypes and bring them into the meta and try to create some diversity that way, that it's almost like counterintuitive, because if we keep focusing on these large content drops, it's either we're making content that a good chunk of it is not really playable, or we keep having to power creep it so everyone's absolutely only playing the new stuff and the old stuff just kind of dies away. And I know that like historically a lot of our newer stuff has felt a bit power creeped, but I think that's been like a side effect of us trying to find the right formula for what a card set should be.
It's not about less content or more content. It's about impactful content. Or like the amount of playable content in the game. Like you could argue right now that there are cards in the game that just don't matter. And the more cards you introduce, the more cards you're going to power creep out that way. But just like by focusing more on making good designs, making impactful cards, and supporting archetypes that don't just like outright power creep the currently existing cards, you could have the ideal would be to have a larger, like, relevant card pool.
An archetype or a deck has been, and
yeah, like Matic was one
like
card.
Even this next balance
led
update,
to the game feeling pretty substantially different.
Archetypes to the level at which existing content has been. I would also add that like Madoc and Elzer showed that
draft mode's kind of just sitting there. Draft mode, yeah, just pretend it doesn't exist for now. Just pretend it doesn't exist. And the nice thing about Madoc is like Madoc augmented a couple of existing archetypes, but it also created some completely new ones. Like the Tailbot deck wasn't something that you saw before Madoc. The Madoc Nilfgaard deck is something that's completely new, just because of Madoc's existence. It didn't remove anything from the game, really, aside from, I guess you could argue the Control Scoia'tael deck pre-Madoc is now just Control Scoia'tael post-Madoc. Like, that got replaced. But I think Madoc's a great example of a card that just added to the game without really power creeping anything out.
Like, even one card could be quite impactful. Like, even though Madoc was only one card, all of a sudden, all these bomb cards that, let's be honest, were dead in the meta.
True.
Since their release, all of a sudden, are seeing their place in the qualifiers recently.
Plus, like when you're saying this, like the community interaction was also good. Like they said, it's only one card, but one card can have, like you said, like a very big impact. And we saw that this was like very appreciated from players.
Predicting paths.
Right. So what we'll be doing with 8.3 on top of over 40 balance changes is we'll be releasing 12 new legendary cards as leader cards to kind of get a good feeling for what a slightly larger Madoc type campaign will do for the meta and for the ability to play the game, as kind of like a precursor for what we want to do with, I guess we should call them sets instead of expansions, right? So what we want to do is we want to do every 2 months a whole new drop of cards. 4 per factions, 1 of each rarity, for a total of what? And 2 neutrals, so about 26 cards. New cards every 2 months, and starting sort of this cycle of new cards, balance, new cards, balance, new cards, balance, and for this to be happening year round without any breaks.
Take this slow,
right? And just kind of add some expansion feeling and love to it. What we'll do is we'll break 3 drops and combine them as one set. So starting from hopefully beginning of June, we'll have our
we talked a lot about this during the Berza stream. I like this
and 2 months
idea.
later set 7 second drop, and 2 months later set
I don't know for
third
sure
drop.
that it'll work.
That would conclude the third.
This has to be better than
and then
releasing 2
2
expansions
months later we start off the 8th set, right? So we start exploring a new theme. Whew. Right now I think this will be the status quo.
Where is
want
Dagon?
To go in. I think it's something that's a bit exciting for us.
That wasn't
even
one of the
though
cards, right?
it is actually a little bit more content from like the size of a set that we did in the last few expansions. It will be technically a little bit less it will be less cards this year because that final set, the 8th set, will have 2 releases next year, right? But this is kind of the price we have to pay to go in that direction. And because it took us so long to figure out how to work in this paradigm and how to design and plan and do this effectively, this first half of the year has sort of been a catch-up of us, starting production.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much Runeterra prints cards for its limited modes or prints pack filler. Like, how much of the Runeterra set drop is relevant in the metagame? Do they try to make all the cards viable? Everyone's more or less going back to beta with card. I really like that about beta. I was never a huge fan of going full expansions. Be really useful to balance. A set is the first part of it gets live tested by the public. Yeah, there's a lot of different strategies that they can approach the balance with when they get to release parts of things at a time. Terra is also fairly new. How big is the Runeterra card pool? Is it bigger than Gwent's yet? I feel like at the rate they push out content, it's gotta be. No? How many cards are in Gwent? Card database. Okay, there's 999, including leaders, and I think excluding tokens. Yeah, excluding tokens. So Runeterra is a couple hundred off.
This next set. So it has been an internal paradigm shift from how we work, right?
But it's not that far
I'm
off.
actually really excited. I see stuff coming for the 7th set already. 25% fewer cards. It's going to be pretty fantastic. So
interesting theme.
Yeah. So I know this is going to be probably quite a change, but we believe very strongly that the way we plan to do this will be really healthy for the game, and we'll add
what percentage of the Gwent card pool is relevant? It's probably higher than 50%, but is it much higher? There's a lot of trash if you look through the card pool.
A constant.
Not that there's anything wrong with that. That's an inevitability as the card pool gets larger.
To do, and we think that's what we need in Gwent more than anything else.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I agree. And also, like you said, what players have been talking about for a longer period of time is the fact that they need to wait 6 months in order to get a card drop. and we're trying to eliminate that with this system because you're getting cards more frequently. Of course, you're getting less of them.
I would say Gwyn's usually pretty
we still
good
have
about it.
An overarching theme that connects to it. Like you said, it's 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, and that ties into one big theme.
In the long run, it'll be a little bit more than what we've got, let's say, last year. But
sure.
For sure, this year it'll be a little less just because of the way the schedule works, right? If we had started the beginning of the year, it would have been more this year. Yeah. And we're actually trying to start this new cycle a bit earlier than the 7th expansion would have normally released by a month. Yeah. Fingers crossed all that works out. You know, things don't always go the way you plan.
Exactly. But yeah, I'm hopeful that it's going to work that way. And two things to mention, like balance updates will also come with card drops, and balance patches are expected to be in off months. So we, like you said in the beginning, we're keeping that cadence of balancing stuff out on a monthly basis.
Now, you want to talk about what these 12 leader cards are?
Yeah.
They're not leader cards. They're just legendary cards. But
yes, we call them leader cards internally. Because the arts are tied to leaders that you know in the game.
Yeah, they're both just behind the green screen.
Depiction on the card, but now they've become cards by themselves, and they're quite powerful because we have been testing them for quite some time already. And yeah, I think we were actually even talking about it just before we started streaming. That they are
super exciting and fun. I'll be honest, we're having a lot of fun with them.
You want to start off with Anna Henrietta? In this
case, let's go faction by faction. Yeah. Let's start with Nilfgaard. Introducing Anna Henrietta, human. Do you want to read out the card description?
Leader ability.
Yes, human aristocrat
copy
deploy. Replace your leader ability with a base copy of your opponent's leader ability. What?
Okay. What is this good against? What is this bad against? Is this ever... When is this worse than a 9/9? If you take Mahakam Forge, you get a 5-point card. Yeah, you can get shit like Onslaught. Bad against Syndicate, bad against Blaze of Glory. You could do some cheeky stuff with Invo in Blaze of Glory matchups. Like, Greatsword's often your Invo target anyway, if they're playing Greatsword and have a Greatsword in play. But even just, like, Invoing, like, a random 7 is fine. Patricidal? It plays for 10 against Patricidal. That's respectable. Bad against Ursine. Yes, bad against Ursine. Ugh. You use your leader ability and get a new one. Yeah, I think that's the point. This is so techie. Ugh. Can be good against Ursine if you have Assimilate. Sure. If you like Bribery, they're Blue Boy Logos. Imagine double cross mirrors. Oh, what a meme. This is your least favorite of the new cards? Okay, because I kind of hate it, but if they get better... And it just feels too techie for me. Like, you're not building your deck around this, right? It's just something you play when there's a bunch of leaders on the ladder that you want to yoink. Unless I'm missing something. I might just be missing something, but... Like, you have no real control over what you get with this. I wouldn't be surprised if it's good. Like, the rate's kind of nuts, especially if you're yoinking like an Uprising. Value card in Assimilate? But it has all the same problems in Assimilate. It's not like this procs your Assimilate. How many leader abilities give you an Assimilate proc? Thinks it's underestimated. My problem with it has nothing to do with its power. Like, it's probably strong. As long as the leaders that it's good against are represented enough on ladder. Rocket Swarm is so bad to take. There's a couple of really bad leaders to yoink. Ursine mentioned is the obvious one. At least if you get a Rockets, you're getting 5 points. You're more likely to be able to take advantage of the leader and assimilate. Are you, though? I mean, assimilate doesn't even play bribery. Does assimilate help get value out of Ursine? Does assimilate help get value out of, like, Rocket Swarm or Mahakam Forge? Nature's Gift? Maybe you get to copy Hamadryad? I don't think Assimilate wants something like this. I guess it's an being an aristocrat, maybe. But... If we replace Brothens is really good. Can you copy Chimera? Sure. Forge is in the Assimilate proc. Oh, true. Hey, even in arms. You also can't play it until you use your leader ability, unless you want to just swap leader abilities with your opponent. Like, if you want to play this in round 1, you have to use your leader first. Which I guess isn't that big of a problem, because you still have a leader. It's not a one. Yeah, of course. You want to use this after using your leader. It's like a really janky Damien. It refreshes your ability, but refreshes it with a different ability. Seems way better than Damien simply because of deploy. You have less control over it. Like, it doesn't necessarily get you the leader ability that you want, but you can build your deck in a way, at least assuming Nilfgaard leaders were good, to where Damien always gives you what you want if it gets to resolve. This card's gonna get Really? I don't think so. I think it's a fairly safe print. Maybe they end up nerfing its provisions if it ends up being too good, but I don't know. It seems really metagamey, where it's just good depending on what's being played in the meta. Does seem kind of silly in Double Cross Mirrors. A little bit silly in Double Cross Mirrors. Good in certain tournaments. Yeah. Tournaments, even ladder. I don't know. Like, you get down to the point where ladder's like a bunch of uprisings and I don't even know what else. Uprising's like the biggest yoink for this, right? Uprising's the Stone Nuts. What factions have you already looked at? This is the first card revealed in the dev stream. Board space is an issue. Double crossing this is bad. It triggers your assimilate every time. I don't know. Row space can be an issue, but like you can just choose something else when it starts to be the issue. Peace Strike is pretty good. Peace Strike would be good for assimilate, yeah. Posture, double cross, uprising, Arnioff. Knew this card. Why is that broken? Why do you want to play a 12 provision island? Imposter, even against Ursine, you Imposter the blue boy, use blue boy against them. Maybe. I don't know. A lot of the time, Ursine just like runs out blue boy round 1. Maybe that's just the people that I play against, but I don't know. Steal Invigorate. Could steal Invigorate. Isn't it? It's actually kind of funny against Invigorate. Because, like, you have all the same problems as Invigorate. Because now, if you want to Invigorate early, you have to leader early. Because this removes your current ability. Huh. Stealing Gurney. Oh, Gurney is a pretty silly yoink. But again, well, not really, right? It lets you commit your leader into round 1 and then have Gurney ability for the rest of the game. How much does Nilfgaard proc it, though? Nilfgaard to like 5? MOBA not bad. If you got soldiers, yeah. How's your red coin of using round 1 with leader? Yeah, sort of. It just depends how much your leader's worth, right? And what are Nilfgaard leaders worth? Aren't they like 7 or 8 points? Is that even really abusing anything? You get to possibly upgrade your leader in some matchups, and then play like a 3 for 9 that looks at your opponent's hand and plays a card, assuming your leader's double cross. Yep, places your leader ability after you've used your own. That's the idea. Play Lockdown and use Anna. Does your opponent's leader unlock after? I would assume not. If you've already used it, it's just something that lingers, right? Anyway.
9 provision 3 power.
So some fun things about this ability is that you can use it after using your own leader ability. Probably you should use this card after using your own leader ability.
I mean,
it works regardless whether your opponent used their leader ability or not. So it makes a copy. It doesn't care if your opponent used its leader ability or not.
Yeah.
In some cases, it might even trigger Assimilate, right? If you steal Call of Harmony or Patricidal Fury, boom, new token that's not in your starting deck. And, you know, it's not predictable with this usage, which is fun with this card, right? Like, depending on your matchup, you'll get completely different dynamics of playing with your opponent. And we think that's
a cool
that's
aspect
really
of the
cool.
card.
You know, it's
just
a
about
high risk, high reward card, and you know, some leader abilities will just not be one you want to copy, right? Like,
true.
You have no charges on any of your cards, but here comes Stockpile. Right?
No, you don't
Stockpile is so meta, right?
Yeah.
But definitely, we think it's really fun, and it's definitely for Nilfgaard.
Yeah, like you said, high risk, high reward. I mean, can work, can totally brick.
Yeah. So before we move on to the second leader card for Nilfgaard, again, they're just legendary cards, guys. So it's not a new card type. Maybe we should talk about what we doing with clogging and Viper Witcher mentors. Surprise, surprise! I know you guys would have liked us to do it sooner. It just was not possible. You'll have to take my word for that. Viper Witcher mentor is being reverted to Adrenaline 2. But in addition, Kulgrim is having his adrenaline go from 2 to 1.
It's a good change. Just make it a little less backbreaking when you can't answer it.
Sorry, the amount of points Colgrim can generate if he's not answered. So we remove the adrenaline down by one. I know this doesn't necessarily stop the scenario where you have 2 cards left, your opponent has 7, you play Colgrim, then you auto play like 7 turns. But at that point, if you didn't have an answer, you didn't have an answer.
The problem.
I'm hoping that these two changes
reduce the amount of points that it gets, rather than
of these decks when they go there without killing them. Because even though I know quite a few of you are maybe a bit frustrated or a bit annoyed with this archetype and with these decks, we do believe that
it's not like the Renew variant was the one
of people that really enjoy playing these decks.
I guess
Tempe are really fun, and we don't want to kill something that a large amount of people find fun. Even though you may not know these people, and in your close circle, these people may not exist. I am fairly certain they exist.
They are there.
Yeah. People of the world, if you do like this kind of mechanic, be vocal so we're not looking like crazy people. Yeah. You do exist, right? Right?
They do, for sure.
No, they do. I'm just being a bit funny.
Yeah.
What topic do you want to talk about next?
I think we need to talk about lockdown. I mean, it's a topic for sure. It's a topic amongst the community. So let's try to defend first. Lockdown. What's your defense?
I mean, it's been a staple in the game for a really long time, and I know that there's always been a community of people that have wanted its removal for a very, very long time. Like, it's not like the issues that people have with lockdown are new and unique, but I will definitely say that I think recently lockdown became more prevalent.
The 10 provision change to Colgrim
viable meta strategy more than ever before. Like, it's definitely gone out of
not that the current nerf isn't big, but putting it to 10 provisions.
Ultimately, we decided that lockdown creates 2 issues that
kills
are too big,
everything that would currently play Colgrim, right? Like, you can't know that you can't
have a problem with, and that's there's too much of a risk of it.
I don't know. There's shit about lockdown for a very long time.
Of it being a band-aid solution,
and then just all of a sudden I find out, hey,
which is what happened.
We're gonna remove lockdown,
which is really unhealthy, and I think we've we've converged on the concept that we don't really want to keep such a band-aid solution in the game, because it ends up too easy to using it as a justification for something else existing. Yeah, like worst case, lockdown will fix the meta until we get to it, and hide the problem a bit longer, make it harder for us to judge whether it's time to react or not. So with those 2 points in mind, we are reworking lockdown, not into a spy archetype, I think, as some of you guys would like. Although there is love coming for that as well.
Yeah. Stay tuned for that.
We want to keep the spirit of lockdown, but remove its oppressiveness, let's call it. Yeah. So, would you like to read the new ability of lockdown?
Of course. Sir? Let me show it. Lockdown. Deploy. Disable opponent's leader ability for the duration of this round. If your opponent's leader has no charges left or is on cooldown, spawn 2 operatives on your melee row instead. For provision change from 10 to 13.
Ooh, or is on cooldown. So get fucked Croc, I guess. I guess they just don't use their leader ability, and then you don't get the operatives. It's really funny. Because against like Croc or Royal Inspiration, you would get the best of each world. Oh, I'm sure it's in order. Cooldowns. Well, you just don't use it, right? Like, you know your opponent is locked down, so if you just never click on your Croc in round 3, then they don't get the operatives, and they never click on their leader. But it's sort of the same thing. Does this mean lockdown has to go 2-0? No, what? So There are a couple ways to look at this. Either it plays like Lockdown currently does, where your opponent never uses their leader ability, so that you don't get 2 operatives. Or they use their ability before round 3, and then you get 2 operatives in exchange for the suboptimal use of their leader. So what Lockdown doesn't want to play round 2? So what are the situations that happen when Lockdown's playing round 2? If they're getting bled, the opponent can jam their leader and get value on it in a round that Lockdown has to win. So the opponent can still extract the value out of their leader, and Lockdown's probably going to be trading poorly with that. If Lockdown's trying to bleed, and the opponent uses their leader, then Lockdown's probably losing their card, so the bad distribution doesn't matter as much. So in both situations, playing round 2 is sort of bad. Unless the 2 operatives are worth a lot. Like, if there's some other way to take advantage of operatives, then maybe it's just good to let the abilities trade. That's a situation where Lockdown tries for 2-0 and immediately turns off the opponent's leader. Yeah. Good to trade off leaders there. But then if your 2-0 fails, you're down a leader. And you're kind of fucked. Like, you're all in for the 2-0 from the start of the round if you go for that. Or at least you're all in for the 2... Well, basically from the start of the round, right? Because your opponent's going to play their leader in round 2. Knowing that they won't have it in round 3. They win around their first play in round 3. And they can use their leader then, if they're like an Arnyoff. This is fucking weird, man. I like it, I think. A lot of weird dynamics that go into this. 13 provisions feels overcosted, but I don't know. But it's not just a 6-point leader. It's a 6-point leader when you're forcing your opponent to distribute their leader ability suboptimally. Like, you're forcing them to use their leader ability early, which is worth some number of points. And in the situation where your opponent doesn't use their leader ability and you trade off leaders, you're just getting old Lockdown. I might have to raise prop soon, then I'll have a look on it first. Sure. Yeah, it's super weird. Is this good with Ana? I don't think Ana's, like, good with a specific leader. It's just something that's good based on your opponent's leader. Or, like, maybe if you have, like, a bunch of assimilates and you get a leader that triggers assimilate. It's not like Ana disables their leader, so you get the operatives, or re-enables their leader, so you get to lock it down again. Howl's our leader with passive or multiple charges? Yeah. Like, the passive leader gets to trade up on you all early game. I don't know, I feel like one of the core issues with Lockdown was that it wasn't something that you built your deck around, but was just like pure tech. It feels like it has the same issue, but I don't know. Maybe that's just the faction identity they're going for with Nilfgaard. And it's sort of the same way. Like, it's not doing anything. It's just being good in some matchups. Is Nilfgaard the matchup roulette faction? Spawns operatives only once? Yeah. It spawns operatives if they've used their leader already.
Yeah, that's actually pretty big change. Fun fact, the AI deck that uses Lockdown, we chose Lockdown because the AI didn't have to do anything particularly hard with that leader ability. So
should have just not put Lockdown. Should have just not put Nilfgaard in the training mode bots. Just
when you play against Lockdown AI for the foreseeable future, it's not going to be as strong as it once was. It just uses order right away in the first round.
God damn it. No, because the entire purpose of training mode is so you can test interactions with cards. And every time you queue into Lockdown, you just have to forfeit and go back in training mode. Because it's gonna break some interaction.
It still has potential to kind of create a more of a dynamic between players, right? Those big last say leader abilities will definitely struggle to win the third round against leader ability, and it should work that way. And conversely, it doesn't lose all its value. If your opponent uses leader ability in the early rounds, you can still get 6 points. That being said, it's going from 10 to 13 provisions. 13 provisions might very probably be too low for this ability to be viable, actually, but we're not sure of that yet. And let's be honest, at least the next month with Lockdown disappearing almost completely might be the breath of fresh air that we need right now to get that thing into the meta for a while. Again, it might be still viable at 13 provisions. We don't know that for a fact. It's really on the sample size that we're testing. It's hard to say with certainty. But I personally think it's
just coming in a few hours, probably like 3 hours.
Value, and I've decided I can live with that for now, and we can always bring it up later.
Exactly.
Death to Lockdown for a while, guys. Take a breather.
Get patch level before that.
Get some rest from it. Although I
think the implications to the meta of doing this is going to be huge.
Yeah.
Leader provisions are how many extra provisions you get.
Making a lot of decks unviable and unable to enter the meta. So,
but if you still want to play it, like, you will have to now choose when is the right time to use it. That's it.
Well, it makes it more interactive, right?
For sure.
In terms of how it works, and I think that's definitely better for the ability than before.
Yeah. All right, let's move on to His Imperial Majesty.
Emir Var Emrys joins the battlefield of Gwent.
The white flame dancing on the barrels of his enemies.
Yeah.
There we go.
Draw a card, move a card from your hand to the bottom of your deck. Whenever your opponent plays a unit, give it spying. Devotion, at the start of your turn, at the end of your turn. Okay, wait. Seize a random 1-power spying unit. So if there is an informant on the opponent's board when you play this, it floats for 9 and then a cycle. And then whenever your opponent plays a unit, boost your Thirsty Dames by 1. Give charges to your Impera Enforcers. Larvas are crying. You have to give them spying. I don't know, like, you're not turn one-ing this, usually. I would assume you'd want it to float when you play it. Draw a card to pour? It's just upside. What? Hello? If this lives for one turn, it's a 7 for 11. If it lives for one turn, yoinks 2 things, then you get your 11, plus the engine value on giving things spying. Yeah, like 7's not the easiest breakpoint to hit. He's an aristocrat. Gonna Heatwave him, gonna lock him. I mean, you're putting this in a deck that has at least Impera Enforcers. I guess it interacts pretty poorly with Fergus. You're giving everything on their board spying anyway. So it's going to be harder for Fergus to have relevant targets that boost your Imperas. There's probably better targets. I mean, it's 2 points a turn. Possibly more than 2 points a turn if there's any other engine in play that cares about the spying tag. Yeah, you could just Fergus early. Fergus can do spying to already spying units. I was under the impression that if you give spying to something that already has spying, it doesn't boost things like Thirsty Dame or give charges to Impera Enforcers. You think it does? It does, it does. Huh, okay. Yeah, I was not aware. Then yeah, that dyssynergy is not even relevant. So wait, does that mean in the Spy's Mirror, if you have an Emir in play, and your opponent plays a Spy, that Spy will have double spying, and their Enforcers will get 2 charges? Huh. No? I'm not skipping. A billion points worth of Seditious Aristocrats. Yeah, Seditious Aristocrats all grow. Get Spy back, it loses spying. Yes. Don't think it'll work like that? Why wouldn't it? It's like Thrive, right? So whenever you play the spying unit, it triggers your Thrives. The opponent plays the spy unit. Drakkar Spy. Drakkar does not damage spies, even when it has when an enemy plays a unit. Why does Drakkar work differently than Thrive? What's the difference here? See what the wordings are. Oh, oops. Let's have the Gwent window. Oh no. Let me fix the Gwent window. So Thrive says boost this by 1 or the specified amount whenever you play a unit with higher power. Whenever your opponent plays a unit, deal 1 damage to it. Just arbitrary? Okay, yeah, so who knows? Either Thrive is weird or Longship is weird. I guess this is closer to Longship because it's whenever the opponent plays rather than whenever you play.
Alright.
Emirates, yes. Human Aristocrat, of course. Deploy. Draw a card, then move a card from your hand to the bottom of your deck. Whenever your opponent plays a unit, give it Spying. Devotion. At the end of your turn, seize a random 1-power Spying unit. 11 provision, 7 power.
We'll get to it.
Boom.
This card is so fun, guys. 7 power makes it not really easy to deal with in 1 turn. Watching all your opponents get Spying status makes, you know, certain little aristocrats talking by a painting a little bit stronger than before.
Mm-hmm.
We like bringing devotion onto other cards. I know that a lot of you have wanted us to use that mechanic more. Definitely we're doing these cards. If you have devotion, it means every time you play a 1-power spy, which is any of the spies, bronze spies, after you play them, they just go back to your side of the board, which is like, and they lose Spying when you do this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it makes mirror matches super fun. It makes is it the Mage Assassin, the one that deals 3 damage to adjacent units? It's oh my god. I know the visuals, I know the ability, the name.
I have the same thing. The name always escapes me.
I suck at names. Okay, so that actually makes that Spying card really useful because Emir might pull her back, but also if you have like 4-power engine token on your enemy side that now has Spying because, you know, Emir gave it to her, gave it to that card, you just play that Mage Assassin and you have a chance of pulling that with Emir in the next turn, pulling that engine. There's just so much fun things that can happen with this card. You know, it also lets you fix your clog. It's another 2 power for Snowdrop. Like, this card is going to definitely enter the meta and hopefully be a lot of fun. But I think this will bring Spying.
Yeah, helps back. If you don't have an Aeromancy, for example.
Games with this card feel really crazy.
Yeah.
Like, there's so much more interesting things happening in a match against Emir.
Yep, true that.
And I think there's one card that we're reworking that I think might seem like a bit strange and underpowered, but when you consider the implications with the mirror, might be totally playable. And that's False Siri. Yeah, you have that for us today.
Exactly, False Siri. False Siri.
Drake Bond,
deploy. Boost all allied agents by 1.
Right. So the thing you have to consider is every spy that you've played that Emir has pulled back is now going to get 1 additional point with False Siri. So there's a very high chance that you will get.
If like Emir sticks
at least
and Enforcers stick
off of 6 provisions with False Siri, potentially
like,
more
Emir
if
on
you're
its
very
own
successful
is
in your campaign as Emir.
The Spying tag doesn't have any
just fits the
inherent
card
value.
Really cool, you know. He likes playing spies, gets their work done, pulls them back. There's no downside to spies with Emir. It's
like
really
you said,
fun.
False Siri is kind of a card that people like. They really like the art and the overall story behind the character, and she's kind of been a staple since the very beginning of the game. So it's actually a good.
True. You don't need the Enforcers to stick
end up being meta. It's hard to say at this point,
Maybe.
but definitely it's something in the right direction. I will note that we won't be going.
Though
through
if you're
every
yoinking
single balance.
things with Emir, you're making your Seditious Aristocrats weaker. Assuming that you're going to play them as finishers. I don't know. What's the average points False Siri? It depends how many agents you can put in play. it's going to be really hard to evaluate in a vacuum. To Q any of your opponent's cards if he sticks? Yeah, of course.
Change today,
yes.
right?
You'll get
we'll through a lot of it, but not all of it. I want to keep some surprise for the patch notes.
Yeah? Exactly. So we don't spoil everything. I mean, come on.
You don't go Devotion if you want to slam Seditious.
All right.
Doesn't Seditious want you to go Devotion? Oh no, they changed Seditious, right? Wait, what does Seditious Aristocrats do? This doesn't have the Devotion anymore. Okay. Hey, Zaz. Yeah, maybe. You lose the seizing, but how many Seditious Aristocrats do you get to play? Like, you're not operatoring, right? You can't Ramen Seditious Aristocrats. Had Devotion. It did in the spoilers, but they changed it before release. Overstorm anyway with Devotion? See, it depends on the rest of your deck. Maybe.
Who do we tackle next?
Skellige, the Bloodthirsty Warriors.
I gave little titles to sections.
Yeah, you did.
Because they're super corny.
Really cool. They're really cool.
Bloodthirsty.
I don't know, if you're not Devotion, it's not
right.
floating for anything.
You want to start
new
with,
warrior?
These expensive top-end cards are way less exciting.
New warrior joins the Skellige fray and brings some discard shenanigans with him.
Veteran, deploy Bloodthirst. This has so much yellow text. Bloodthirst 2, draw a card, then discard a card. Whenever you discard a Skellige unit during your turn, summon it from your graveyard to this row. Counter 2. Devotion also works whenever a Skellige unit enters your graveyard during your turn. The fuck? Wait. 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 What? Veteran. So if you play this in round 3, you get a base 5. If you play this with Bloodthirst 2, so either you're using like Arnioff as a leader, or you're using Croc as a leader, or you have enough pings. So if you play a Bloodthirst leader, you're not playing it with Blaze of Glory. But Bloodthirst 2 is pretty easy. Like, Brockvar Hunters are good, Light Longships are good, Gird is a card. Blaze doesn't care about Bloodthirst. Maybe. It's not the end of the world if you don't have Bloodthirst, sure, but you still want Bloodthirst. Bloodthirst affects the draw discard. Yeah. But draw discard is draw, discard, and summon, right? It's not just draw discard. You can discard Sucrus, automatically protects Heist. I mean, Blaze could just cash out all the Heist's value immediately. Yeah, like in Blaze, you go Iced Blaze, kill their thing, get a 10. Or if you want to play Yoda, get a 12. In round 3, Iced played for 15 straight up and still has a counter. Or just a Bear Witcher. Yeah, you can just send a Bear Witcher. Mind Experiment, Iced into Lippy. It's probably just order of your deck. So whatever's on top will get summoned. Iced last play. You probably don't want to last play it. You don't need to last play it. Because the Bloodthirst 2 makes you want to play it with at least one other card in hand. So that you know what you're discarding. Or like you can have control over what you're discarding. If you play it last, you just discard the top card of your deck. Mandrake the Iced. Self-damage ship, same turn. Oh man, so just have a light long ship on 1. Play Iced with no Bloodthirsts. Use your leader. Use your Longship ping. Longship dies. Get Longship back. Amazing. You get to play Defender over and over again. I mean, you don't even need Defender. You don't need to protect this. Like, it's... At least in Blaze of Glory, it's trivial to cash this out without playing a Defender. It's so many points. Christ. So you play Ice with Bloodthirst. You discard a Greatsword. You Blaze of Glory a Greatsword. Ice plays for 25. Straight up? What the fuck? This okay, well, we'll see. This feels bonkers, but we'll see.
Reintroducing Iced Tarsak.
There we go. Human Warrior, Veteran. Deploy Bloodthirst 2. Draw a card, then discard a card. Whenever you discard a Skellige unit during your turn, summon it from your graveyard to this row. Counter 2, Devotion. Also works whenever a Skellige unit enters your graveyard during your turn. 11 provision, 3 power.
Watching this with subs on because we're admiring how accurate the subs are.
This card is a bit crazy, I guess, but it's very hard to pilot very nicely. I mean, the Bloodthirst 2 condition means that you can't just plop it early into a round. Yeah, you have to generate that Bloodthirst. The Veteran definitely makes it, a 5 power in round 3, which is probably the way that you want to use it. Again, we're using Devotion, as we were talking before, so this makes it so that even when one of your Skellige units die, it will also resurrect.
If your leader gets
counter
forced early,
the limit of the number of times this passive can work. And, he can definitely be a nice little engine, coupled with other discard cards, making them behave just like, was it the names? The one that when discarded goes back to the board. Tursak, I think something?
It's not...
gray armor, shield.
Yeah.
Such a visual memory. People end up being quite angry at me. So it's potentially really actually nice. So and a fun thing, if you're Devotion, it means that, like, for example, if you end up killing your own blue boy with an engine that's picking him, he'll come right back and you got more blue boy going on, right? Like, it's hard to say if this will redefine Skellige warriors, but I think it's an interesting ability for discard packages, which I think
agreed.
A good chunk of you guys like playing with discard, so here's some more love for that mechanic. Yeah.
Also a staple. People used to always love discard.
Yeah.
So yeah, more reinforcement coming in here. Next up, Ancrate Warcrier.
Yeah, so they're getting the 4 provision engine treatment. So they're losing 1 provision from 5 to 4.
Sure.
and their powers also being adjusted from 4 to 3. So this should help.
Saw a non-zero amount of play at 5, but
Bloodthirst mechanic. But that being said, considering the prevalence of Skellige warriors so long into the meta, and here we are giving them some buffs, if you can believe that, although on non-existing cards. We wanted to remove maybe one of their tools for things like Blood Eagle.
Is there a faction that's been
moving forward, Morgvarg Heart of Terror will
as
no
much
longer
as
be a
Skellige
warrior.
has been good?
It would be like a scallywag, pirate. And also Terror Crew Axe Wielder will no longer be a warrior, it will be purely a pirate. While definitely the Terror Crew Axe Wielder is not your first choice to resurrect and play warrior shenanigans with right now. We do think that considering the other new leader card, that might change.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, should we move on to the section R80?
Yeah, I wanted you to introduce the section before we moved on to the card. Yes, R80, the Jarl of Ard Skellige, Master of Piracy, the Wild Boar of the Sea himself, and that should already tell you that we're talking about Graham Crate.
Give 2 armor to 3 pirates or ships in your hand. Whenever you play a pirate or ship next to Croc, damage it and the lowest power enemy unit by each other's powers. What? Okay, so assuming this lives, the 2 armor that you give to the pirates or ships plus the duel, like this helps you cash out the armor that this gives, right? So it plays for 13 if it lives. Yeah, there are a couple of cards that this currently works with. Let me see. Let's go over to here. Pirates. So, Axe Wielder wants to lose armor. This has... It also sets up its own duel. On deploy, you damage an enemy unit. So you can make it so they don't have a 6 or whatever to make this die. Or kill off something that's too small. The ship's duel, right? Wait. Damage it and the lowest power enemy unit, yeah. But like then you're comboing your 11 provision card with 4 provision cards. And it's not usually what you want to be doing. None of the golds care. You've got Drakkar, but pirates and ships don't usually want to play Drakkar unless something else is changing. Because Drakkar, as far as pirate synergy goes, Drakkar only works with a Plunderer. There's a new ship rework. Okay. No, I don't think Draco Turtle's a ship.
So human, pirate, deploy,
giving them a
armor to 3 cool, pirates or ships in your hand whenever you play a pirate or ship next to Crack, damage it and the lowest power enemy unit by each other's power. That's a mouthful.
That's a mouthful. I'm not sure that, the things that we'll be doing with pirates, like with the introduction of Crack, will finally make pirates a viable archetype in Skellige, but it's definitely going to be a big step forward towards them being meta worthy. We'll be keeping an eye on it. It's a very significant fleshing out and definition of where we want to take pirates. Will it be enough? It's very hard to say. I'm not even sure from the little bit of tests that we've done, or I've personally done, but it's definitely an exciting mechanic, right? Like. Yeah. It's like a duel anytime you play next to Croc, right? You know, it's important to note that Croc does sound, his name does sound like a drug.
Yeah, your opponent plays a Croc, and then you play Iced, use your leader, kill their Croc.
The deploy sets up for potentially nice trades. You know, he can potentially protect pirates.
Looks a little embarrassing
when they deploy. You know, that armor will recoup itself in points, right? Your ship won't take as much damage as it would otherwise. You know, and it can be quite useful. So, for example, if you play a Terror Crew Axe Wielder next to him, it'll immediately break the armor and trigger his exposed, increasing the value of that card.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, same goes for Armored Drakkar, for example. Yeah, that's also a good example for that one.
So I think generally what the design team wants to do, I hate speaking for them, but with pirates is to play with armor and losing armor for ships. Yeah, like a little bit of self damage, a little bit of offensive self damage, I guess.
Hasn't he always been a pirate?
And armor.
Hasn't Iced always been the warrior?
Mechanic.
Yeah. Moving on. We have the Demon Smuggler.
Yeah, they've definitely upped their game since Crack has re-entered the seas. Their power is going down from 4 to 3. Their provision.
This is really cool. Doesn't do anything with Croc, but pretty cool. It's a way of distributing the order over 2 bodies rather than being more vulnerable. It's kind of shit if you don't have a boat or if your boat dies. Yeah, it's working kind of hard to get an 8 for 5, but like not only is it asking to be played next to a ship, but it's asking to live a turn too. Compare this with like Bear Witcher. Skellige just kind of has the freest 8 for 5s. Granted, the pirate tag could be relevant. 6? It's not 6. You have an order. It's 6 base, and then you get 2 more on the orders. Damage any unit. Sure, you can damage your own things if you want. That's of Ice.
Provisions is going up from 4 to 5.
It's not gone over yet.
Deploy if played next to a
ship.
It's
really bad to
be on a base copy of self on this row. Order damage the unit by 1. So it's an easy, you know. You play the Smuggler next to a ship, you get 2 3 power tokens, each with an order damage of 1, so that's a potential power of 8 for 5 if you can play it next to a ship, which is, I think, pretty cool. You know, a bunch of smugglers coming out of a boat. Right? Think about the visuals, right? You put the boat down, you put a pirate to the left of it, and another copy comes out. It looks like pirates are coming out of the boat. I mean, that's going to feel lore friendly.
Flavor.
Which means you have to play the Demon Smuggler to the left of the boat, guys. Okay? That's the rule. So that the other copy spawns on the other side.
Stick to it.
Do not spawn it on the right.
I like it.
It's kind of out of whack without that.
you can if
some good flavor-based design.
You want to take the next one?
Yeah, Demon Warship. Also, so when we're speaking
Demon
about
Warship.
the whole demon.
Wonka Christ. Whenever you play a pirate, damage self and a random enemy unit by 1. Death Wish. Summon a random bronze pirate from your graveyard to this row. Whoa. That gets pretty big. Wait. Okay, what are... So you don't want to play as the Demon Smuggler. Whatever. What are the bronze pirates? What are the bronze pirates that you want to res? Demon Pirates, On Crate Raiders, Tershak Invader? I guess you could res Corsair. It goes to this row? Yeah, so you could put this melee, and the Corsair always goes to the right row. I mean, realistically, those are the pirates that you wanted to play before this patch anyway. Well, not so much this one, but like 1, 2, 3. Boat Village isn't the worst either. Nope, not gone through MO yet. This is not the PTR now. Demon Pirate works with Iced 2, if you high roll. True. We're going over the video in order. We have not gone over monsters yet. This thing's cool. I don't know exactly how good this is with iced. Or not iced, Croc. Like, you kind of don't want to give it armor, because you want this to die. If you're able to duel the lowest enemy unit, and the lowest enemy unit is a 4 or bigger, that's pretty sweet. Pretty bad? I don't know how you can read this card and immediately think it's bad. This seems like such an easy, like, 11 for 4. Your opponent can't just kill it. So if they want to answer it, they have to lock it. Or just hope you don't have enough pirates. Sure, they could heat wave it. Like, it is not hard to get reliable points from this. It's another weak round 1 card for SK. Sure. Sure, Northern Wind is really good against it. Well, really good against it in the sense that their 5 provision card trades with your 4 provision card. It's a bronze that can play for gold value, though. Looks like... No, this is a cool 4P card. Like, the ceiling isn't easy to meet. You have to build your deck in a certain way to make it good. Like, that's the cost of the card rather than the provision cost. I think more cards need to go this route, where rather than trying to balance cards strictly on provisions to points in, like, their ideal situation, instead just printing 4P cards that have deck building cost and letting them play for whatever they play for. It's like how Mahakam Guard can easily play for 9 or 10 points in the Dwarf deck, but it's fine because you have to play a Dwarf deck. Their pirates don't deploy since it's random. Yeah, but that's already, like, all the good pirates. Tershak Invader, On-Crate Raiders. You can play this one if you want. You can play Demon Pirate. Like, it's preventing you from playing junk, right? Like, oh no, I can't play Demon Pirate Captain anymore. Weird.
Demon dudes.
Nah, I probably wouldn't upload this to YouTube. I guess my VOD will be on
Whenever
YouTube.
you play a pirate, damn itself, and a random
but I'm not gonna like
enemy
upload this as a
one,
separate clip to YouTube.
Deathwish, summon a random bronze pirate from your graveyard to this row.
But it'll be on a...
I mean, again, self-damaging, kind of using it offensively, even resurrecting pirates. I think this is more interesting ability than what the Demon Warship was doing before, which was pinging a unit 3 times by 1. You can definitely see we're starting to flesh out pirate archetypes. And this is without an expansion. This is without new cards. It's kind of an example of what I was saying earlier about, you know, number of new cards does not necessarily limit us in terms of the way we can explore and make Gwent more interesting and fun.
Exactly. I think there's also one other small thing that I wanted to cover.
Maybe. I don't know how its context works with Croc.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that we will be removing one charge from one provision from Ursine Ritual, bringing it, I believe. I think that
is that even true? Wait, what is? Why does Croc care about deploys? Do I have the image of all the cards with this? Whenever you play a pirate ship next to Croc, damage it and the lowest power enemy unit by each other's power. Not really. As long as the Croc isn't killing the pirate. You're fine just playing high base power pirates. Yeah, link that imagery. Yeah, sure. Spoiler warning.
It's a step in the right direction. I think the value that Ursine Ritual as a leader ability is generating is no longer negative, right? Like, it was at Hypervision because, well, you're damaging yourself 5 times, so that's -5 to get a 6-point token. So that's what, a +1 leader ability. But let's be honest, those pings generally generate more power than they lose. Yeah, so I think Ursine Ritual at the provisions it was at is too high, and we may even decide to lose 1 more provision on it in the future if this does not bring the ability down a bit, because it's just too strong right now.
Yeah, I agree.
As a leader ability.
Cool.
Alrighty then.
I guess we covered Skellige. So we're
2 down.
Yes. So we're moving on now to the best faction, as you all probably know.
Right.
We're gonna start with dwarves, and we're gonna start with the ruler of Mahakam, which you might know for sure. You know.
For sure, you know this.
Finally, the doors will rise again. Gain 1 armor for every dwarf in your hand on deploy. Barricade. At the end of your turn, boost all dwarves with armor on this row by 1. Huh. Right with the release of Rowdy Doors, then 1 more armor. He missed his chance. This gives dwarves a second long round. That isn't reliant on just like jamming Mahakam guards. Oh my god, this card is so good. Playing this with Gezeras is gonna be insane. Well, the problem with Gezeras with dwarves is like Gezeras is so awkward with dwarves because the dwarves all want to go melee. Or enough dwarves want to go melee that it's hard to swarm the ranger for Gezeras unless you also commit Gaten into the same round. It's just like clunky to set everything up, where this just works. Straight Yrden target. Yeah, dwarves are still gonna get fucked by Yrden. Poor dwarves. They can only Yrden you once. I don't know. Like, you just don't play this in the same round that you're doing your Mahakam guards and Barclay, right? Dwarves are a deck that's all about splitting up the rounds anyway. So they win one of the rounds with Yrden, and then you've got like a brewer left over. It's only good in Forge. Not necessarily. The deploy gives it armor, so you don't need Forge to give it armor. Though Forge gives it more armor and gives you the ability to use the tempering on it to put the armor back on it if they remove the armor. He plays at the start of the round. You probably play it somewhere in the middle. It depends on the matchup, though. Like, if you play it at the start, it's vulnerable to removal more. If you play it at the end, you get more floating value. Like, if you play this when you already have 8 dwarves on the row, then your opponent doesn't really want to... Or it's not as good for your opponent to heatwave it. Whereas if you play this on turn 1 of the round and your opponent heatwaves it, then you just traded your Brewer for a heatwave. Saying they can only Yrden you once is like saying it's okay someone cut off your right arm because they can't cut off your left arm. Yeah, except it's like saying that when they have 1 knife that they break while cutting off your right arm, but you still have 2 knives to cut off both of their arms. Core dwarf cards are so expensive. Yeah, I don't know. If I were to just add this to my current dwarf list, I mean, I can get rid of Forest Protector. Just a 1-for-1 swap. Easy. I don't know, like, you lose some engine matchups to not having Forest Protector, but you could also just have a better engine than them. You could drop the Call of the Forest if you just want to high roll. I guess you could drop the Zoltan if you wanted. Dwarves are still garbage. Dwarves aren't garbage.
Haven't played in a while, but things are looking spicy.
Hey, Zalshare. Thanks for the Prime. Thanks for the 2 years. Welcome back. Sounded so offended. I love this dwarf deck, man. I need more than a knife to take a whole arm? Depends how sharp the knife is. Your analogy would not bode well for the patient. I assume I have like a first aid kit too. Do I like beta dwarves? I never played a ton of dwarves in beta. So I guess no? I didn't really play dwarves a lot until like post Mahakam Forge. I just like this leader a lot, I think. It's the big thing. Dwarves need a Yavin equivalent? No, they don't. They could, I mean, if they got a Yavin equivalent, that would be nice, but they don't need a specific thing. They don't need to be more like elves. Not having Yavin makes them more distinct from elves. Different archetypes have different tools, and that's important.
Hog. This is Blanket Hog.
We got Brewer Hog. Dwarf.
Yeah, except this one. This one's insane.
Dwarf in your hand. Barricade at the end of your turn. Boost all dwarves with armor on this row by 1.
This is nutty, guys.
This is
sort of a damagey boost.
I've seen this clap me pretty hard in the tests where I did not remove his armor efficiently enough. And you know, there's even a new tool with the Dwarven Chariot allowing well, I won't skip ahead, but there'll be new ways to get armor onto Brewer, and on a row full of dwarves, that's what, potentially +8 every turn. Like, that's a +1.
It is not the only good gold dwarf. Plus, if you heatwave it, it's still floating on the whole row. Like, it's playing, you're deploying it, and it's boosting like 5 dwarves immediately. And then if you're heatwaving that, you're not heatwaving the Yarpen plus leader, you're not heatwaving the Gabor, you're not heatwaving the defender, you're not heatwaving the Xavier, which can grow pretty big, you're not heatwaving the Barclay target. The deck has points. Like, there are cards that go pretty tall in the dwarf deck. Heatwave is good against dwarves. It does not have the issue of giving the opponent a good heatwave target, especially when the heatwave target's not even that good.
To every card in this row engine, that's scary. Now, you don't actually have to kill Brewer.
Like, you're trading down
this engine or to disable it, right? You can lock it, you can remove his armor, but dang.
Yeah, it is the only good dwarf with 10 provisions.
Be answered. It looks really cool too.
Yeah, I agree.
I think dwarves have needed something like this to make their package viable for a long time.
Yeah, just more tools for them, and this is quite a good tool. I have to agree.
This is a proper leader, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
He definitely will lead the dwarves into battle and victory.
Yeah, it's a staple card for dwarves. And you mentioned Dwarven Chariot because this card got a rework, so I will actually show this.
I mean,
deploy, spawn a rowdy dwarf on this row. It still doesn't have the dwarf tag itself. Okay. Order, give an allied unit 1 armor, cooldown 1. I mean, this is cool. The problem with Dwarven Chariot in dwarves is that it clogs your row for Barclay and Mahakam Guard. And, like, the 5 provision slot's kind of competitive. You don't really have room for this kind of stuff when your 4P cards are so good. It is a 6/5 that is a 1-point return engine with some cards. That's cool. Technically use Vladimir on something, swap armor and power. Well, it gives an allied unit. You can give it an enemy unit, then sure. the chariot away with Poly. You can. There's a lot of matchups where you want your Poly to be used aggressively. Or like you could just use your Poly to move a guard out of the row so you can put an extra dwarf on that row. So you get more points on the guards that way. But like Dwarven Chariot costing you points in the guard Barclay round is just If this card spawned the Rowdy Dwarf to the opposite row, or to the other row, then I would like this card a lot. What just happened? Oh, it is. Thanks for the host. Welcome, everybody. We're just going over the roadmap video. We're about halfway through. Yeah, it's got Yarpen synergy. It's got Berserker synergy. You can use it on your defender to keep the defender alive. You can use it on Pyrotech. My stream audio so low? It's not? This is normal.
It still has deploy spawn a Rowdy Dwarf on this row, but now it has order, give an allied unit 1 armor, cooldown 1, which I think for dwarves this is really cool.
Yeah, I agree.
Right? There's so many playing with armor in the dwarves, but actually applying armor was a bit more clunky. You had, I think, the one dwarven miner that could do it on demand.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you actually had to play another card that could apply the armor for you, or play one of those neutral bandits to actually apply armor. This gives you.
I would like that. That would be much better.
More interesting tool to approach.
It would be much better for the dwarf deck.
Agreed here.
So that's actually the love we're giving to dwarves. It's two cards, I guess. One rework, one new, but this should definitely make dwarves better.
Yeah.
More dwarves have a real shot at being meta, I think, with this update.
I agree. We'll probably see a lot more players using dwarves, specifically instead of playing like
the other row. Yeah.
Between elves and dwarves and playing with that stuff around.
Yeah, we wanted to give that tribe some love.
Yeah. Speaking of elves, let's talk about elves and traps. Traps and elves.
You gotta read my section name.
Yes,
this Stuck in a Trap.
That's what I was gonna say. This segment is called Stuck in a Trap.
Traps. My notes are funny. Okay.
Yeah.
We definitely found a favor a long time ago, while as an archetype, largely due to our concerns about their interactivity, right, or lack thereof. With this update, we're hoping to make them a little bit more prevalent again by giving players new ways on playing with them, without necessarily adding new traps. So, who's next? Who's our second Skoya leader card?
Let's go. It's our boy Eldain. He's an elf.
Patch notes later. Yeah, I will. Someone explained how he was bullying Shinmiri with no unit ST in the PTR. Transform all face-up traps into Elven Deadeyes. Devotion. Also transform your other artifacts. What are the other artifacts? That would be Feign Death and... Oh, of course. I have to give card type. Factions. What do I tell? And Stiga Castle. Well, you'd never have Thunderbolt because your devotion. You would never have Portal because your devotion. It's just these two right now. No unit traps plus Satori. It's a lot of points. It's a lot of points. Good with Verno too. Deems Tortoise Cam. Yeah, he's not there. Later new and decoy and marching orders with Tori. I guess we should
he has
Tori.
Transform all your face-up traps into Elven Deadeyes.
Is there a bunch
Devotion also transform your other artifacts.
So original. I can't imagine this being in the game before now. Oh wait, that's exactly what Eldain did when he came out 2 years ago. Yeah.
Devotion would be worth it as like an incidental thing.
He's like, if I'm coming back,
I'm doing exactly what I did before,
guys. No negotiations. His union rep came in. It's decided. Although his devotion allows him to make, for example, ambush scenario for Scoia'tael also transform into Elven Deadeye, which is kind of cool.
It's largely irrelevant though.
But definitely, yeah. Need we say more? We all know how this works. You play a bunch of traps. You play Eldain.
Yep.
Bam! A bunch of 3-power tokens appear.
Yeah.
Strong.
Very
potentially.
Strong.
Yeah.
Can be very strong potentially, like you said. Since we're on the topic of traps, we have 2 more traps to share with you. Next one.
Well, they're getting springs, yeah? We decided to add a spring mechanic to both Serpent and Pitfall Trap.
Yeah. So for Serpent, yeah, like you said, the spring has destroyed the lowest power enemy unit.
And we know how good that can be with things like Imperial Manticore.
Huh. So you can pred dive this worst case? There are a lot of matchups that have special cards now too. Like it's pretty easy for this to proc. It's not like earlier in Homecoming where it was a coin flip whether or not your opponent's deck even had a special card. But this increases the floor by quite a few points, especially in the Crushing Trap deck, where like, you can kill off their ones.
Manticore. Exactly. Wink. And Pitfall Trap split 6
and
damage.
And you're incentivized to play more traps too. Sweet! So I can just play this and get 6 damage guaranteed? That's so much better! Oh, I'm never gonna let this sit and play anymore. Amazing.
Between enemy units, yeah. So
that's more points than I think I've ever gotten out of Pitfall Trap.
If your opponent refuses to play any units, you might still be able to spring your Pitfall Trap for some value. Yeah. I would argue I think Serpent Trap is proving to be more powerful than Pitfall Trap just because of this spring and the options that it comes with, but time will tell.
Exactly.
4 for 6? What do you mean 4 for 6? 0 for 6. Do you know how many times my opponents just like saved their leader ability? They'll then Arnralf to me on the exact turn. ST got its own 6 deal 6.
Last card to cover in this segment for Scoia'tael is Apar Hattori.
Oh, good old Hattori, who's been gone for so long.
Yeah.
He took a vacation, packed his suitcase, forgot his sunglasses, came back, got his sunglasses.
Play a trap card. Not even a bronze, just a trap card. Fucking Centurion line. Yikes. This is not create. This is starting deck. You can make this deterministic. It's like complaining about Vigo. If you have a problem with this create, I don't know what to say to you. The problem with create is when the pools are too big and you have no control over them. Three random from your starting deck, yeah. And you get to pick one. Well, it's 6p. This card's the nuts. What? It would just be Crushing Trap with 2 extra points stapled on. This gives you options, too. I don't know, being able to choose between, like, a Crushing when it's good, or, like, a Pit Trap when it's good, is significant for sure. Get a gold guarantee. It all depends how you build your deck. If you play a deck with exactly 3 traps, you always see those 3 traps, and you get to pick one of them. ST. I mean, it's another Unitless card, right? Like, it puts 2 points in play, but like it gives you access to another like big removal thing. It gives you another trap for Eldain. It doesn't count towards the unit limit. Can get you a 3rd Crushing Trap in matchups where that matters. God, like, how does Swarm ever deal with this trap deck? It was hard enough trying to fight through 2 Crushing Traps. Now I gotta fight through 3. Plus potentially Yorveth. There are only 2 bronze traps. I think you get a gold guaranteed. Oh, maybe. But I mean, you could always just not play the 3rd bronze trap if there's a 3rd bronze trap. Like, it's from your starting deck. You choose what cards are in this pool. If you build a deck that has no bronze traps, if you play like Pit Trap, Mahakam Horn, and Serpent Trap, Hattori will always show you Pit Trap, Mahakam Horn, Serpent Trap. Comes out in a couple of hours. Patch will probably be live in like 2.5-ish hours. Maybe a little bit longer. And then the season will be in 5-ish hours. Play the bomb package with traps? I don't know. Bombs don't synergize particularly well with like Crushing Trap. Doesn't synergize with Eldain. But maybe. Maybe. You can play 3 good gold traps. I mean, the trap that's worth the most points reliably is probably Crushing Trap. Gold or not gold. I find it very hard to believe you would ever play this card without Crushing Trap in your deck. And then you get the other options. Of like, if you expect your opponent to have a special card and they have a tall unit, you can make a Serpent Trap with this. If your opponent like greeds out a tall unit on turn 1, you can create a Serpent Trap and click it immediately. Yeah, it could be Serpent Crushing Pitfall. I could see that. There's a chance that some decks want to play more traps than that too, and they end up playing this for a role. Especially Eldain decks.
Just went back away. Now he has returned with a brand new Elden 10.
I don't know.
You want to read it out?
Yep.
Might be overvaluing consistency.
Elf, deploy, create, and play a trap card from the starting deck. So more trap synergy here.
And this does not limit you to bronzes.
Ooh.
So you can get a 2nd Serpent Trap. You can get a 2nd Pitfall Trap. Who knows, right? Like, the thing is, without Hattori, you've seen your opponent play a Serpent Trap. You know it's gone. You know you don't have to worry about it anymore. But Hattori, what the hell did he make? Right, and it really adds in the question mark of traps back into the equation, and it makes traps potentially wacky and tricky to play against in a way that they haven't been in a very, very long time.
Yeah. Okay.
Again, there's another nice Goya change happening. We're not covering it today, saving it for the patch notes. Wink, wink. And let's move on to the next.
Is the patch notes released at the same time as the video?
Northern Realms. All right. What should we tackle first, Boja, today?
I think we should cover Vesemir Mentor, so Uncle Vesemir. We're decreasing his adrenaline requirement from 5 to 4.
Sure.
Yeah, and
this is only because I misplayed him once in a casual stream. This is the only reason we changed him. The 2 Vesemirs now work with the same adrenaline. Thank you, design team, for making this choice just to make me look like a control freak that when I make a mistake, force design changes in the game. Yeah, thank you guys. Bravo.
Very nice. So that's
no, but we wanted to nerf Vesemir Mentor. Like there's a real implication here, and that's at 5 adrenaline. It was easier to play him in round 1 or even round 2, without having to commit to that.
I mean, it's one of the drawbacks of the deck.
Range, right? You were able to play him a bit too early in the round.
Makes the deck building more interesting when you've got cards that you want to play.
I don't think it's
numbers.
Deck defining. I don't think it'll fundamentally change the way Griffin Witchers work, but it is a slight nerf in his flexibility. And as an added bonus, I will no longer be the only one who misplays him with the wrong adrenaline, and boom, this mistake will happen a lot as people adjust to his new ability, which will, in a way, instantly, temporarily nerf Griffin Witchers. Let's be honest. A lot of misplays coming.
Yeah.
No, but when talking about, Griffin Witchers, it's funny because I think the other thing we wanted to fix with it has nothing to do with Griffin Witchers themselves.
Yeah.
It has everything to do with the Lyrian Scytheman.
Yeah.
His ceiling has just proven to be too high and too easy to achieve.
Yeah, I agree.
So we're going to rework him slightly so that he will only boost himself based on the number of RDB units in its current row.
Yeah.
You know what? Wait.
Himself based on the number of RDB units in its current.
I think it got it right. What was it trying to say? Boosted?
Row.
Yeah.
No, this doesn't really lower the potential of Scytheman in a short round, though it does force your opponent to. It does force you to stack.
Already boosted.
Row stack, so things like Lacerate, which is so meta right now. But anyways, it does open you up to vulnerabilities of row stacking to get the full Lyrian Scytheman value.
Yeah.
And I think and it does lower the ceiling in a long round for sure, right? Like you can no longer get more than +8 with it, right? Because there's no 9-unit limit in a row. To kind of compensate for this, I would consider pretty significant nerf to the card. This will be increasing his base power from 3 to 4, and we feel like this was a fair trade.
Agreed.
Now, these 2 changes, bring down Griffin Witchers out of the meta because they certainly have been prevalent in February. We're not blind.
Whoa. So, yeah, you're gonna play into Yrden. There's no way to play around Yrden with it. It's playing for 10 plus before. That's the thing, like, how many Scythemans are really that much bigger than what this new Scytheman gets? And the Scytheman gets up to speed faster. The ceiling on it is 12. The card's definitely still good. They didn't show Scytheman. They just talked about it. They increased its base power by 1, and it only boosts for the number of boosted units on its row. Lower ceiling is good for the short round, yeah. Oh, they show it later.
Line to that, guys. I don't know. It's for sure. I think the Lyrian Scytheman will reduce its ability to, spew last second points significantly.
I think Scytheman's definitely
maybe it'll do enough. I don't know. We'll have to see.
I guess this makes like Witcher NR's ultra long round a lot worse.
Sure, they don't end up so high so long.
Exactly. Agreed. Now let's talk about our siege weapon aficionado.
Like, it definitely makes the games where Witcher NR loses round 1 a lot rougher for them. Where, like, before they had a good enough long round that some decks just couldn't take them to round 3. But they probably lose, like, 20-ish points off of that.
Who can that be? So yeah, classic character, and I mean, yeah, he doesn't need any.
Witcher NR over Tune.
Yeah, King Foltest.
Witcher NR is probably the best deck in the game right now. It has the highest win rate on Pro Ladder. King Foltest. First time a bronze unit on your side of the battlefield is boosted each turn, spawn a base copy of it at the bottom of your deck. Also boost the spawned copy by 1 if you're devotion. Christ. Million done banners. It is easier to use this with done banners than commandos. But it is much better with commandos than it is done banners. I don't know. It's 12p. It's not easy to fit into the deck. And the high roll for the commando deck already kind of overswarms. Doesn't it replace Draug? Does it? I mean, if you're playing it, it probably does, yeah. It's like a round 1 Draug instead of a round 3 Draug. You need a gold. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. He's hard to stick. I mean, he's a 7. He floats with the leader ability. The nice thing about playing this with done banners is you don't need to play Inspired Zeal. You can go, like, Foltest, Royal Inspiration, done banner, pull your done banners. And now you have 3 done banners. So it floats at 10. Generating 3 a turn. Did I see this? No. Synergy with Inspired Zeal commandos. Yeah, the obvious use for this is Inspired Zeal, right? Problem is if you don't... Exactly. Or if you just, like, already have the high roll hand, to where your commandos would overswarm. But no, that's probably not relevant. It doesn't happen often enough, and this just makes it so much easier. Like, those are the games that you're winning anyway. Need devotion? You don't need devotion. Devotion makes him 1 extra point a turn. It's not bad with devotion, but you don't need it. If you're playing commandos, I don't think you're going devotion for 1 point per turn and losing a Neuromancy. A Neuromancy is way too important for that deck. They do if they high roll, but like one of the big problems with commandos is the deck is notoriously inconsistent. And if playing this lets it get to the point where it's like worried about overswarming, it's a pretty good problem to have. You want to fill your wrist with dumb banners around? Yeah. How many Dun banners did you have to pull to want to go like Pavetta Renew for Dun banners? If you fill the row, 9 times 3 is 27. It's not terrible. How do you build Foltest Commandos? I think if you want to put this in, you're cutting the Draug. But if you use it to make Erland big, I mean, that's funny. It's only 1 point per turn with Erland, right? Or I guess it's 2 points per turn with Erland. You play the Erland late, and the Erland boosts the thing too. I don't know. Meave is in your board along with this. You get 15 units in your deck when she boosts. Oh, we haven't gotten to Meave yet. Shinmiri used Siege Ladder to switch up among 2 rows. Oh, I guess we know why Pumpkin was bullying Shinmiri. Shinmiri was trying to play wholesome commandos, and here comes Pumpkin with his 4 crushing traps in deck. I'm disgusted. What a bully. It's always jam tomorrow. Just spawn Witcher to your deck. Sure, and then you can like play Vesemir late too. I don't know, that seems memey, but it's a cool idea. Actually used 4 to 5 serpents. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick restroom break. I'll be back in like 2 minutes, and then we will press this play button and continue with this dev stream when I get back. Hope you guys stick around. Every time. I am aware of the command. I am very aware of the command. Okay, let's go.
Human. The first time a bronze unit on your side of the battlefield is boosted each turn, spawn a base copy of it at the bottom of your deck. Devotion. Also boosts the spawned copy by 1. Huh.
Huh.
Interesting.
I just wanted to feel involved.
Yeah. Well, feels very Foltest, right? I mean, Foltest back in the day was boosting all things in your deck by 1. But we have good old Erland to do that now. definitely some things that come into mind is this will potentially work nicely with commandos, or actually
Dun banners, Cinchin Knights,
right? Because you can keep making copies. Although I think the number one card that will work nicely with this is actually going to be the Dun banners. Yeah. As they'll actually keep pulling each other out of the deck every time they get boosted and then make another one.
Yeah.
Some interesting notes, because I believe in the PTR it showed up as something that surprised at least one person, was the Amphibious Assault, for example, will not trigger Foltest or the Dun banners. Like something to remember. But I think this could actually also help Erlen as a finisher become more of a viability,
Ireland as a finisher.
Because, with Devotion, not only do you keep creating a copy in your deck, but it's boosted by one, which is yet another point Erlen can just suck up the enemy. Let's remember, even though Erlen has immunity, maybe cards like, I don't know, Curse of Corruption can just undo your enemy's game plan.
Some are a little scary, like Ice. Not a huge fan of Anna, but
so yeah, and another kind of note to kind of help with generating these boosts, Kidwenny Sergeant is being reworked from Zeal to Formation. So this adds a little bit of flexibility on him, so he can either protect himself. I think it makes him a bit better, more interesting alternative to Radovid Royal Guards. Yes. Whether he'll replace them or not, it's hard to say. But with a card like Foltest, 2 individual boosts by 1, I think will be better than the individual boosts by 1.
Exactly.
Like game plan.
Agreed here.
Although I think we may have had slight troubles with this one particular balance change. So from when I'm speaking right now until when this goes live, we may have to cut this because Kidwenny Sergeant is in the tutorial, and we've noticed very recently that it causes problems.
Exactly. So we'll see about that one.
It should be in, I believe, but it's hard to say that it might change between now and then.
Yep. Moving on. Next segment, Throne Builder. Yeah. So
we're not bullying the AI. It is incredible how good these subtitles are.
Of course.
It's just funny what it interprets the Gwent words as.
Counter by 1. Counter 3. When the counter reaches 0, boost all allied units by 1. 10 precision, 7 power, and we have 2 armor.
Lower counter by 1. Counter 3. So, not the turn you play it, or the turn after, but the turn after the turn after. So, off turn, boost everything. Counter to 0, boost all allied units by 1. I mean, if this resolves, it's the nuts, right? That's the big if. Oh, and it has to be inspired. Oh. I mean, it's an R. An R can inspire it. In draft mode, if you draft Queen Meve with Carapace, that's a combo. Carapace only does monsters units now. Spoiler! Okay, never mind. I got nothing. Your shield wall, the Carapace of NR. Sure. I don't know. These expensive cards that don't float are always really underwhelming to me. Especially if you're like putting a leader charge into them and just like playing into Heatwave more. It's good when it resolves, but I don't know. It reminds me a lot of like a Visegoda type card. Granted, it's harder to kill than Visegoda. They're not killing it with damage most likely. But like locks are pretty prevalent. Heatwave trades even with it. Trades up if you use a leader on it. I'm gonna just play Talisman. This is a 7-point body attached to it. Does float mean getting value on other cards, or like getting value the turn you play it? So something like Enraged Ifrit floats 4 points, because even if Enraged Ifrit dies, it dealt 4 damage before your opponent could do anything about it. Something like Bruverhoog floats for the number of dwarves on the row that you played it on, because before your opponent got to answer the Bruverhoog, it boosts all the dwarves on the row by 1. Even if it dies, that's the value that it got. Like a Masquerade Ball floats a Thirsty Dame. Even if your opponent Heatwaves the Masquerade Ball, you still have that Thirsty Dame. Terminal target in the Swarm deck. Sure, but you don't necessarily have to play this in a Swarm deck. Like, it's a 7 for 10 base. You don't need that many units for this to be getting good value. Get 4 more points than Triss Talisman. Look, have you played Triss Talisman? If Triss always hit Talisman, Swarm decks would be so much better than they are. Triss is Talisman like half the time. Float also means keeping yeah, I guess float has different meanings in Gwent. I'm using float in the context of other card games. Float in Gwent is often like floating orders. Would order be better instead of counter? Well, obviously, yeah. Order would just be better. Plus, you wouldn't have to wait 2 turns, you'd just have to wait 1. Okay.
I don't know if there's much more to say about this. Keep her boosted. She'll as a nice finisher. I think she's a bit clunky and might not be so easy to pull off, but the payoff could be quite massive.
Oh yeah.
She'll definitely love, you know, swarming the board of the Northern Realms with things like the Kyrat City.
It's powerful, but it's risky
and
too.
Sort of like as an addendum to that, you know, we're actually buffing a card called Smoke Them Out.
Smoke them out. Warfare. Spawn 2 volunteers.
Spawn 2 volunteers on allied row. If you control a boosted unit, also boost spawn volunteers by 1. Wait, is it just a 6 for 4? It's just a 6 for 4 warfare card. Wait. It's a card. I really need to go back to having Google Translate bot. Volunteers 2 or 3. They're base 2, and then they get boosted by 1. Gonna drop. Patch drops in probably like 2 hours. 2.5 hours, something like that. Just 4P cards are 6 now, it's the difference to this. Well, just like another good 4P warfare, which is something that like Siege Engine decks have lacked. But usually 6 for 4s don't put 2 bodies in play. Which it matters less with Scytheman change, but Yeah. It's better distribution than something like Pact. Has a relevant tag, which is hard to play in multiple copies of, despite the resupply mechanic. Okay, whatever.
From an allied row, if you control a boosted unit, also boost spawned volunteers by 1. Yes.
So the more important thing here is it's essentially the same card, but it's 1 provision less and has, let's call it, a very easy to fulfill condition to get 6 for 4. That being said, it doesn't really play nicely as the first card because what will be boosted on the board, right? So it makes the card a bit more conditional, dynamic, thinky, or requiring thinking, but doesn't require that much thinking.
Yeah.
Power to provision is much more interesting.
Yeah, the patch usually goes live a little bit before season start. Usually like an hour.
An update so far. We're done. Yeah, that's it.
No, we still have monsters and syndicate, and something at the end.
Oh, we're so crazy.
Yeah.
Are you guys still with us? Are people still watching, you think?
I hope people are still watching. We're 50 minutes in, actually.
This is the longest video we made ever, or in a very long time.
This is going to be the longest one for sure. But like you said, well overdue, I think. We're kind of waiting for this one. And for the previous one, for update 8.2, we specifically didn't want us to be on the video, but someone else. That's why it was Ryan and Jean, just so we can come back with a bang, let's say.
We just want to talk about the coolest stuff, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, we just want to
save all the best for us.
The best for last. Okay, let's get cracking then. Monsters. The Blood Moon Rises.
It does. And I think you'll see Blood Moon in the new meta. I'm predicting it now.
And we have our boy making a return, Detlef van der Ereting. He's a vampire, of course, if you don't know.
Okay. Spawn Blood Moon on enemy row for 1 turn. Increase the duration by 1 for every adjacent vampire. Is the camera stuck? No? Oh, my chat was down for a minute. I don't know what was going on. Damage the enemy unit with bleeding by 1. Deathblow, spawn, and Ekimara on this row. Pogging upwards. Was I was just trying to get my chat back. Blood Moon enemy. So it's 3 turns of Blood Moon as long as you have 2 adjacent vampires. So it's 12. Sort of. Blood Moon is generally worse than 2 points. It's pretty easy to lose value on it. Order damage an enemy unit with bleeding by 1. So you can kill things with 1 and a bleeding under Crimson Curse before the Crimson Curse wastes 2 damage on them. And then you get 3 points if you get the death blow on it. His deploy is definitely not a clean 6. But it's an engine that floats for like 10 to 12-ish value. Sort of demands an answer. I don't know. Costs 10. Makes killing things with Gale and Proto Flutter easier. Yeah. It's a weird card.
Deploy Spawn Blood Moon on enemy row for 1 turn. Increase the duration by 1 for every adjacent vampire. Order damage an enemy unit with bleeding by 1. Deathblow Spawn on Ekimara on this row. Cooldown.
It's 4 points a turn if every turn there's a bleeding unit with 1 power in play.
Man, these cards are wordy and complex, aren't they?
Oh yeah.
So much fun. One just note for anyone, it should be obvious, but just to be safe, the spawning of the Blood Moon with Dettlaff does not create Ekimaras automatically. Yeah. You know, the max number of turns it can spawn Blood Moon is 3. And you know, remember to use his order ability. You can remove Brewer Hog's armor one at a time with this, which is something I forgot in a match and didn't quite do it. And you know, when he does manage to get Death Blow, which should be something you consider, you generate 3 points with an Ekimara.
Yeah.
Having tested out some mirror matches, because Vampires is really fun to play right now with all these changes. It is crazy to see 4 rows all full of Blood Moon.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
It looks so crazy. But definitely, really, really, really strong card.
Yep. Moving on, on the topic of vampires, we have Alp.
So Alp, give an enemy unit bleeding 3, order give an enemy unit bleeding 3.
It's better. Definitely better.
Original deploy order,
Potential
same
9 for
thing.
5.
Yeah.
But this card is really good with both vampires in general, but especially with the other leader, which, spoiler alert, also a vampire, because spreading bleeding 3 to 2 units or having that ability to apply second bleeding 3 is really nice.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's
most people
better
don't
than
want to
Necrorat.
deal with an Alp to just prevent an order bleeding 3, if we're honest. Although that may change with this, with the
because like the
power levels
Vampires
of
deck
this
is
card.
already really good at applying a ton of bleeding. I don't know if it wants a
Okay,
card
after
like
Alp we have Proto Flatter. Also a vampire, deploy given an enemy unit bleeding 3, then
boost self by the amount of bleeding on that unit. This is funny. So if you have too much bleed, then the deploy applying bleeding doesn't matter, right? Because you're overbleeding the unit anyway. So let's say you like Armored Arrakis and Arnulf. You Armored Arrakis and Arnulf. It has 10 bleeding on the next turn when you play this. And this plays for 17. That's like the dream best case scenario. If you play this on a unit that doesn't have bleeding, this is a 7-10 after all the procs. Plus any extra value from things that want you to apply a bleeding to the opponent. It's cool that it's a bleeding effect that doesn't punish you for overbleeding. Like, it's a bleeding effect that you can't have too many copies of. If you go into a short round and you still have your leader left over, you can like throw all of your leader charges onto something and then play Proto Flutter. Like, it's not great, but at least you're not as pressured to play your leader in round 2 if you don't need it. This is more interesting than the old one for sure. But I don't know how worth playing it is. Yeah, it's like the type of card that's good when you're in a bad situation, which is usually good. The baseline on the card is fine. And then when your deck's not doing what it wants to be doing, this card gets better. An easy 12. Yeah, like you can use a leader charge on like a 6 with 6 turns left in the round. Play Proto Flutter. This boosts up to 10. And applied 3 bleed. It's probably an easy 13. Just need a little boost in, but it wasn't interesting. It was just a damage card. The old one was just like another Toad Prince type thing. This does something unique. Bleed goes in vain. No, if there's 6 turns left, you don't waste the bleed. I mean, if anything, this helps you against unitless, right? Your opponent eventually plays a unit. And this gives you something you can just, like, last play, throw all your leader charges, jam a Proto Flutter, and have... What is it? 12, 16-point finisher? 19-point finisher? 3 points of Miyakimara? A 19-point finisher is nothing to laugh at against unitless. And that's a matchup where, like, your leader could otherwise just be completely useless. I saw this image before I started the stream, so I know like what the leader cards do, sort of. It does something unique, and I don't know, it at least makes it interesting.
Boost self by the amount of bleeding on that unit.
Potentially very good.
Yes.
Very good. Yeah. So you may actually save this as a potential finisher and get a huge boost on Proto Feddler by stacking all your bleeds on an enemy unit. No. Right? In a short long round, you use your leader ability, that's 6. Mm-hmm. You use Proto Feddler, that's 9. You get a 9 boost on Proto Feddler, which is nothing, let's be honest. No. But most likely you'll use this to apply bleeding on another one and boost self by 3, and you know, again, bleeding is going to be a bit wackier than I think people are predicting. Mm-hmm. And finally,
Flutter. Vampire, whenever an enemy unit receives bleeding, gain vitality with the same duration.
Comes out as a 5/5 still. That's pretty cool if you have a Nekkarat in play. Comes down as a 6, still an engine. Basically a 5/5 1-point return engine. Yeah, like in any deck where you're considering putting this, it's gonna be easy to make the condition good. In round 3, you can go like Flutter Leader Charge and then start playing stuff. So many of your cards apply multiple bleeding that even if like less than half of the cards in your hand are bleed effects, it's easy to keep this going. What do you mean 0 tempo? Like 6 tempo. One up with plus 20 vitality. Sure, and then it'll end up playing as like a 10 or 11 for 5. Maybe more. If you give it Veil, it can't keep gaining vitality. They did fix that bug. Yeah, if you lock it, it's still probably going to play for 7 or 8, depending on how much bleeding you apply the turn you play it. So if you've got like a Nekkarat in play, this plays for 7 through a lock. Use Leader Charge, plays for 8 through a lock. That anyone would bother to remove it? Sure. Then you get to play your 11 for 5. Or even more. Like if you're playing the full round, so if you play like 10 cards in round 1, probably playing for like 14. D6 for 5 if they remove it. I mean, if they're using removal on your 5 provision card, like nothing's trading up with that, right? There's no 4P card that deals 6. There's nothing really that deals 6 while putting points on your board, right? Like, the way I evaluate cards, one of the main ways I evaluate cards, is what can my opponent do where they trade up either points or provisions when I play this card. Because, like, fundamentally, that's what Gwent is about, right? Every card you play, you want that exchange to benefit you. You want to play more points per card than your opponent does. If I play a Flutter, what are they doing in round 1 to trade up provisions to it, while not, like, falling super far behind in points? Or in round 3, even, what's trading up points to this? D-Bomb? Sure. So they D-Bomb, I guess it pulls Matic. That's pretty good. If it's not pulling Matic, you still get... even if you pull Matic, it's trading up a provision. Or down a provision. Just down a provision. D-Bomb doesn't trade up if there's no Matic. If you just, like, assume Matic is free in some, like, weird way, then kind of. But, I mean, Matic has cost. I don't know. Yeah, locks aren't trading up. This trades up with even the Alba. Never see play at 5P. Why? You need a Necker at the stick, or you just use a Blood Scent charge. Like, it's possible the vampires just aren't good. And, like, you don't play this outside of a deck that's able to apply a lot of bleed. But this seems super free in vampires. I don't know why it wouldn't. Like, Flutter Leader Charge, and then, like, just play your Orianna, and it's already ticking the whole round. It's very easy to use in round 3. In round 1, stuff like your Necky Rat triggers it, your Brookses trigger it. You're playing Alp triggers it. Alp seems like an easier cut than this. This triggers your Thrive better than Alp does too. Vampires has a Glut around 3. It wants to play Bruxa, wants to play Neckarat. Much easier to play a 5 on Thrive Curve. Play Blood Moon on Vampires deck? Yeah, I have been. Play Thrives and Vamps? Yeah, you play Bruxa, you play Larva. I mean, vampires still could be bad. And if vampires are bad, then yeah, Flutter's not good. Coupling Vamps want to play so many 5Ps. Do they? I mean, you can play like 6 of them. It's really just Larva, Neckarat, and this, right? Yeah, of the two, Alp is less exciting. There are vampires lists in the past that have cut Neckarat.
This will be one that I tested, and I feel like there's something missing with this arc.
You play to give bleed? Like half your deck gives bleed. You don't need to give that many bleeds for Flutter to be good. Or for Flutter to be good. Just like play an Armada Rocket since it's ticking for the rest of the round. Your leader charges make it always live in round 3. You just use a leader charge early. Queen of the Night gives bleed 4. Like, unlike some other engines, you don't need to play a card that procs it every turn. Because almost all the bleeding cards apply multiple bleeding.
Archetype just because of this one card. Because what you're going to see with this Fledler, which is a very good card, by the way, because it starts off at 5 power and essentially is like +1. Let's say you do bleeding 3, it's +1. It's 3 vitalities. For the next 3 turns, it's a 1-point engine, which is, not, it's a stronger starting point than the traditional, 3 power, 1 point per turn engines, right? You get out with Portal. The thing that often happens in a crazy bleed deck is you end up with like vitality 27 on a Fledler or something insane, and you're like, that's never gonna tick.
Yeah, exactly. It trades up so well with things that are traditionally good against engines.
So maybe I'm just using the Fledler wrong when I was doing it.
Maybe.
But it feels really wacky, and I think in a mirror matchup that vitality will like counteract your opponent's bleeding on you, or I don't know. I don't even know.
That'll be interesting.
It's still worse than regular Armor, but
quite funny.
All right. Now we've talked about the 3. I'm sorry, guys. Vampires is super fun.
Oh yeah, you're gonna see embarrassingly high vitality numbers,
because
for
of
sure.
the other leader card.
Yes.
Pooja?
Unseen Elder. Deploy.
Give bleeding 4 to an enemy unit. At the end of the turn, give bleeding 2 to a random enemy unit without bleeding. Oh, so already. So if you just have an Unseen Elder in play, also procs the thing. 13 provisions. Holy shit. What? At the end of your turn, also trigger bleeding on enemy units. Huh. Wait, so this is really bad with Orianna. It's 12 now? Okay. This is too vulnerable. So it comes down for 11 immediately. 5 body, 4 bleed, 2 bleed. And it's 2 bleed a turn. I guess... I mean, if you want Orianna, you just don't go Devotion, right? This makes it so much less bad to have too much bleeding. That lab is 10, this is 12. Okay. This Carinthier comes down as 13. What? When this triggers, it still ticks down the bleed, right? Yeah. Like, this doesn't get any value unless you're losing value on bleeds. Play Orianna earlier in the game, Elder in round 3. Yeah, possibly. Get it immediately? Sure. But it's not points. Like, it's not extra points. There could be some utility in that, but it doesn't necessarily translate to more points. This incentivizes overbleeding? Yeah. It makes bleed tick down much faster. It makes it a lot less bad to have too many bleed effects. Very strong long round. The problem with relying on this, like, okay, so if you build the Vampires deck with more bleed effects, what happens when your opponent just Alzur's Thunders this? And your whole deck just looks embarrassing now. Like, it's cool that it lets you play more bleed effects when it lives, but that's not really actionable in the deck builder. Because it can just die. It's the same problem with playing too many Deathwish units with a... What is it? Wispus? Weavus? Whatever the thing that triggers multiple Deathwish when you play it. Like, the theory of what happens, like, oh, I can build my deck in a super greedy way with a bunch of Deathwish units, play a Ritual Sack, play a bunch of, like, Kayran effects off of Corinthier. But then sometimes your thing will just die, and all the stuff that you're working to build around your 5-power unit that needs to stay in play and just falls apart. So like Carapace might be the better vampire leader?
I
find that really hard to believe. Hey, IBGM, thanks for the tier 1, thanks for the 11 months. This is better in non-vamps. Maybe. Maybe. It is base 11, 2 points per turn. You need a leader with bleed when everything gives bleed. Because... the leader's a lot of points. At the 12-point leader, it makes Orianna online faster. .12? Because you get the Ekimara. You get 9 from bleed and then 3 from Ekimara. Plus more if the bleed are relevant to making the Orianna good. Elder plus Corinthier. It's funny. I don't know if it's any better than just going Corinthier plus Beast. Depends how relevant you think this devotion is. Worth the payoff for the devotion tag? I mean, it just depends if you're devotion already. I don't think you build a deck with this as your only devotion card, but if there's not enough neutrals that you want to play, upgrading some 4s into Conquerors and making your Unseen Elder slightly better could be worth it. Yeah, getting to play Oberon too. Like, the devotion cards don't exist in a vacuum. You're not playing a devotion deck for any one devotion card most of the time. Every additional devotion card they print, the easier it is to go devotion, which makes all of the devotion cards better. Patches out on mobile already.
Give bleeding 4 to an enemy unit at the end of your turn. Give bleeding 2 to a random enemy unit without bleeding. Devotion at the end of your turn also trigger bleeding on enemy units. 13 provision, 5 power.
You want this devotion, people. Like, this devotion is so cool. Like, you're playing a longer round. Cool. You got your Blood Moon applying bleeding. You've got your Alps spreading out the bleeding. Turn ends. Unseen Elder picks a unit without bleeding. Boom, another 2 bleeding, and then deals 1 damage to all bleeding units and recoups 1 bleeding charge. It looks amazing. It out-tempoed Broover once. Like, I was sure I was going to lose, but it was just so much bleeding, missile action. It is so fun to pull off.
Yeah.
Wow. This card is, I think, one of my favorites from the set, just because of how cool it looks when it works properly.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely a target for removal.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently it's both.
I agree. Okay, we have one more thing in the monster section that we want to talk about. One is Kaltulis. And this kind of leads to a change for Carapace, right?
Yeah, so it's not. We're not changing anything with Kaltulis, but let's be honest, Carapace is in the high meta.
I don't know what set they're in.
A Kaltulis deck leader ability. We didn't really want to destroy this deck. I don't think we are either, but we do feel like the ability for Carapace to give Veil to Siri Dash was a bit much, and remove the ability to lock her too much. So Carapace is not really being fundamentally changed. However, it will now only give Veil if it's a monster unit.
Yeah.
So it will no longer give Veil to cards like Siri Dash. That's it. That's all there is. It's a slight nerf, or maybe you guys think it's huge. I don't know. I think it's a reasonable nerf to Siri Dash. You can still buff her by 3. She's a bit harder to remove, but at least now you can counter it with the lock.
Yep. And we have Syndicate left now. Last one.
Syndicate. The faction that we think, that you guys think we don't love. Well,
I think this is the one getting the most love right now, right? Especially
man, most changes are here. In fact, there's so many Syndicate buffs in this update that we will not go through all of them, for sure.
We'll just highlight a couple. We'll just highlight a couple and touch up on the two new leader cards.
Simple Shakedown, 1 provision less. Small buff.
Yeah.
Beggar, Profit 2 to 3. Bonded, Profit 5. We like playing more with Bonded on bronzes.
Wait, what? It's 3 power. Okay, that makes more sense. Strictly better Mutants Maker. Yeah, that makes more sense.
And Ludovicus Brennenbaum, the
3 tiers, gain 9 coins. Tribute 5, gain 9 coins. So you can play it as a 9 for 7.
The Gnome Crown Splitter.
Gets you on the boat too.
Will now generate 9 coins instead of 6 on his ability, and his tribute will go up from 4 to 5.
Off the books.
So buffs.
Exactly.
And these are just small examples, but some of them are maybe a bit scarier. Check out the patch notes when it comes. Be excited or not. Up to you. But more importantly, I think my favorite Syndicate leader rework or leader card is
our boy Cleaver. So Cleaver,
Intimidate, spawn, and play Shakedown. The text on Shakedown didn't change, right? Just the provisions. So boost a unit by 3 and get 3 coins. Increase this card's Intimidate by 1 for every adjacent Crown Splitter. Fee 4, spawn a Cleaver's muscle to this row. So if you don't have a Crown Splitter in play, and you play Cleaver, you get Intimidate, so this is 2 power, and then Shakedown plays for 6. So you play an 8 that has Fee 4 to spawn a 5 with a shield. And that spawn makes your Intimidate good. If you have 2 adjacent Crown Splitters when you play Cleaver, then you play this for 4. So 10 plus fee. Pretty solid. You have Crown Splitters from Furco plus Justice. Yeah. 3-point engine on crime cards, yeah. It does trigger all of your Intimidates to you. Yeah, it's what, slightly worse rate than Sea Jackal, but I mean golds that spend at a good rate are pretty good. This card's cool. Another SY card that goes to the moon. You can put the shakedown point somewhere else. It doesn't need to boost itself. Just admit it's bad. Look, I'm not super excited by it, but I don't know if it's necessarily bad. It might be. $11 is so expensive. You're sure it's good? What do you cut from the Crimes deck for this? Portal. I mean, the lists already don't play Portal. Are most of them Devotion? Senior? I think this is better than Senior. So it's Jacques, Ulrich, Justice, Helvide, Bank, Diazire, Sacred Flame, Horson, Furco, Tavern Brawl. You want to cut Jacques? You want to cut your short round for this? Cut Helvide? You want to cut your... I don't know, it doesn't seem right. Helvide makes more bodies, and the bodies that it makes are Firesworns. Don't think it goes in Firesworn Intimidate. Did other crime cards get buffed? Because Firesworn Congregate's like the only playable Firesworn deck, or the only playable Crimes deck. So you can look at the other changes.
Dwarf, Crown Splitters, Intimidate, Deploy, Spawn and play Shakedown. Increase this card's Intimidate by 1 for every adjacent Crown Splitter. Fee 4, Spawn Cleaver's Muscle on this row. Whoa.
So good.
It's going to be fun.
So good. Actually, I don't have it off the top of my head, but Tunnel Drill was also buffed. You are going to want to deal with Crown Splitters. And a Crown Splitters deck is probably going to be totes legit in this update. Like
Totes legit.
Totes legit, guys. It's really fun deck to play right now. I think it has an actual chance to be meta.
Good news, I guess.
Cleaver is really good. Tunnel Drill is
I'm not sure how many changes there are.
Which I think increases damage by 1 for every adjacent Crown Splitters, and now I believe it's fee 2. So it has a high chance of converting very nicely, right? If you have 8 coins, you plop it between 2 Crown Splitters, you're doing what, 3 times 4, which is 12 damage right off the bat, which is nothing to scoff at, right?
Yeah, 12 is a lot.
The Crown Splitters might actually be leaving their hiding places and patrolling the streets in the upcoming update.
Yeah, shaking things.
I highly recommend trying it down. They're gonna shake you down.
Yeah.
Shake you down. But yeah, a lot of fun. And I think we have one other leader card that we can just get to now.
Yes. Yeah, last but not least, we got Mr. Horizon Jr. Human Cut-Ups. Deploy. Damage a boosted enemy unit by 6. Gain a coin for every...
Damage a boosted unit by 6. Gain a coin for each point of excess damage dealt. So your opponent has to have a boosted unit? Devotion, also gain Insanity. Wait, you're like super fucked if they don't have a boosted unit. Fee 3, destroy an enemy unit with 3 power or less. This is... I mean, the fee is interesting, I guess. Just don't Q versus SK. I mean, there are some short rounds where this is going to be real clunky. Boost opponent's unit with blacksmith. Does it do that? Fees unlimited? Yeah, you can keep spending 3. Seems like a pain to play. Yes. Yes. That is my initial impression as well. Dislike the fee ability? Oh, I dislike the deploy ability. We can dislike this card together, Silex. With our powers combined. Can someone dislike the devotion too? Chat? Please? Perfect. Well. Nine removal guys. If there's a boosted unit, the card plays for a pretty good rate while giving you a spender. I don't know, I can't look at a card like this and not think of how miserable I'll be every time I can't get deploy and just play a 5 for 10. Because that's going to happen.
Every point of excess damage dealt. Devotion also gain Insanity. Fist a character. Fee 3, destroy an enemy
Not necessarily. Over the course of the whole game, sure. But if you get stuck with this in a short round, or if your opponent just like knows this is in your deck,
a certain
and they play in a way to make it awkward.
Streamer managed to do the most lore-friendly thing in the universe. He used Horson Jr. to damage my Horson Sr.
Oh.
And then used his fee ability to kill him. And I was like, you can't say no to that.
It's the point of insanity.
Yeah,
flavor. That's the dream, people. All right, yeah. Is Horson Jr. killing Horson Sr. Yeah. Definitely, it's an interesting control option. I'm not sure how much meta this will be, but it fits Blood Money and the way the cut-ups work, and it's an additional nice high power, high removal card, right? That plays essentially, well, I guess 11 for 10, which is not bad, with the ability to keep using those fees. Very good, I think.
Yeah,
very good.
Super good. I like it. That's it.
Whew, we made it through the balance changes.
Yeah,
that's a good way to put it.
And these are not all the patch notes. You'll find out more.
Even when it high rolls.
But before we wrap things up,
it is 6 damage.
We have one more thing to touch upon.
6 damage is a lot of damage.
It's a small surprise, and it's something that people have been talking about. They see this.
Like if the card was just 6 damage, it would be really good. But
golden character appearing from place to place.
Never forget what?
Golden Necker.
Wait, Golden Necker?
What's up with that?
So we leaked that on purpose, surprise, surprise, a long time ago, because we've codenamed an internal project, which is like a new, more single-player game mode. Mm-hmm. It's not its own game. It's not a second, you know what?
Dungeon runs.
But we call this project Golden Necker, right? We codename projects in the industry. It makes us feel top secret and awesome.
Yep.
And while it's hard to say this early in the year whether we'll manage to release it in the later half of this year, we have very high hopes to do so. It's definitely something that we've been working hard on. It's definitely something that's it's pretty ambitious in terms of a game mode for us. It's definitely more content heavy. It's not just a small rule set change, although there is a rule set change in it and factor in it. And I think we have one kind of more tease that we can show about it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have it on screen yet.
Yeah, you'll be seeing it now. Yeah.
Yeah. Again, this is just no, I won't even say what, but it's something we're really excited about, guys.
It
we felt like you should know.
So it's closer to Dungeon Realms.
You know, this is one of the things that we've been balancing on our plate for about a year now, or actually over a year.
Over a year
at this point.
Yeah.
I try and get this really cool new game mode that's something special out there for you guys. We're putting a lot of love and effort into it, and it's one of the reasons we don't want to focus on just making a large amount of meaningless cards and content. We'd rather try to do something special like this. And yeah, I don't know. That's all I have to say.
That's it.
Don't get your expectations too high, but don't get them too low. We're excited. Hopefully, it all turns out like our imagination believes it is.
Yeah, it's been a wild ride, and I'm excited about the project, and we're excited to actually share it with you guys once it's ready. So yeah, get ready.
Yeah, we want to wait till we have more.
The real reason I played all the Monkey Island games.
We're more certain on when we'll be able to put it into your hands. But the current goal, hopefully, is to try and get it out in the last quarter of this year. If everything goes well, but we don't want to rush it out. We want it to come up great. So, yeah. That's it. That's our last surprise, guys.
Way to end on a high note. Ending on a high note.
Hearthstone, and it's the last good thing they have. Whoa. Don't shit talk Battlegrounds.
Never forgot, and
hashtag never forget.
Hashtag never forget. Thanks a lot for doing this video with me, Buja. It's
always a pleasure, dude. Always a pleasure.
I'm gonna go drown my vocal cords in cold water to recuperate from all this stuff. And thanks a lot for listening, guys. Hopefully you are excited about the future of Gwent with us. And
well, they did say that it might not even come this year,
as
so
excited as we were in the past, but hopefully we fix that this time. Let us know. And yeah, that's it for me. Signing off.
Yep, signing off.
Captain Two Flags.
Captain Two.
Okay. You're not bothering to fix the ranked leaderboard, because it doesn't matter. You mean the non-pro ladder leaderboard, right? It's just irrelevant. Was there anything not in the video that's in the patch notes? Fix. I can show you here. So if you go to the regular ranked leaderboard, good SYNST. Okay. If you go global, the leaderboard doesn't actually make sense. You have a 7,055 MMR at number 1, and then 7,196 at 2, and then I am all the way at number 21 with 7,475, which I think is higher than page 1 and page 2 and page 3. 7,606, 7,500, and then me. Don't forget the 6,630 in the middle, though. But yeah, I mean, the leaderboard's not used for anything, so I think they just don't care. Have I theory crafted anything? Yeah, I have this Dwarf deck, and I'm going to drop Forest Protector and add in the new Dwarf. This makes 0 sense. It's been broken, I think, since Homecoming. I don't think it's ever worked. It's annoying to look at. I mean, they could just remove it from the game. It's not like the leaderboard's used for anything. How good is Brewer? Brewer is very, very good. Ursine Ritual provision changed from 17 to 16. The Ursine Ritual provision was a bit of an anomaly. Players ended up catching up to, making it the overwhelming majority the Skellige leader ability, despite others also showing good results. If it's only a +1 in a vacuum, Skellige has the tool to make pinging its own units at the very least worth 0 points, if not more. With this nerf, we hope to see diversity come back to Skellige leader ability picks. Sure, seems reasonable. I like most dwarfs. Definitely dwarfs. Morkvarg loses the warrior category. While we don't mind Morkvarg being played in the warrior deck, we think that he shouldn't get additional synergies beyond his deploy there. Yeah, instead we're adding more pirate synergies to make the tag more relevant on him. Terror Crew Axe Wielder removed the warrior category. Poor Terror Crew Axe Wielder. Blaze of Glory will definitely be experimented with. Blaze of Glory seems pretty sweet. That's why I say, which is it still dead? We'll see when we scroll the SY changes. We saw this, we saw this, we saw this. Company Sergeant, Zeal, yeah, they mentioned that. Smoke them out. The point ceiling of Lyrian Scytheman is a bit too high for revisions and for Uprising. We're lowering the ceiling while increasing the floor on the card. The number of potential points is limited by the number of units on the row, but with less developed board, players will get the extra point. Yeah, I think I like this change. It makes Uprising less good in the ultra long rounds, where like there were some matchups where Uprising just felt unbeatable. They had a really good short round, a really good mid round, and a really good long round. This makes their ultra long round pretty significantly worse. It's probably like a 15-20 point nerf. Mary dared to keep calling dwarves garbage. I'm embarrassed by my fellow ambassador. Is there any good SY deck on the PTR server? I wasn't available during the weekend they were doing the PTR. It was also a really small group of people. I don't know if anyone could like comfortably say what decks were good or bad based on it. Rover! Dane, Chariot, Hattori. Okay. Saskia added Harmony. Oh, cool. When's the update? It's out on mobile, if chat was to be believed. Probably in like an hour, but we'll see. Eldane's scary. Eldane's going to be annoying, for sure. Just like encouraging more unitless decks. This card's definitely not bad. There you go. Nice, the Sirius card. Yeah, I would agree with that. Huge points. Technically infinite. Wait, what? Play scenario trap elves. Community, we hate unitless. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Any buff to trap decks is gonna be met with that response, right? I don't know. It's a cool card. I don't mind that it exists for now. If it ends up being too good, then they can... There's balance patches every month. It'll be fine. Explain Anna Henrietta. So you use your leader, and then you play Anna, and then you get another leader. But the leader that you get is your opponent's leader. No, you get to use... I'm almost certain you get to use your leader. It wouldn't be priced as 3-9. Go infinite. If you poison, kill your unit, then spawn more with Helveed. Gain infinite coins or points. I mean, you're limited by row space, right? Oh, you can get infinite coins too. Wait, how do you get infinite coins? Hold up. We'll skip ahead a bit. Remove the adrenaline effect. Added, removed cooldown, added adrenaline 5, cooldown 1. So you get 1 coin every time you poison something. Helveed still needs 2 coins, right? You're using 3 coins to gain 2. Or you're saying you poison it twice. But then you're spending 4 coins for 4 coins, and that breaks even. So you can get infinite points with Fallen Knight. Infinite by the timer on the turn. Poison a Veiled unit. No, it doesn't. Roland doesn't trigger if you use it on Veil, right? But it does let Gellert spend 2 to 1 on Veil units for the first few turns of the round. That's kind of crazy. Gellert doesn't work on Veil? Wait, Gellert doesn't work on Veil? Or Roland doesn't work on Veil? Yeah, Roland doesn't. You can still Gellert. What? Okay, someone link the tweet. I hate Twitter so much. I hate Twitter. It's probably... God damn it. What tweet? I assume we're talking about Malegion's Twitter. Isn't that where all this shit gets posted? Isn't this where all the real Gwent news happens? On Twitter? Somehow Twitch chat's even worse. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Spending 2 to 1 for the first 4 or 5 turns of the round. Pretty sweet. I already thought Gellert was pretty good. I mean, this is strictly a buff to Gellert. It's a big buff to Roland. It's a big buff to both of them, right? Gellert kill token scribed with Helveed infinite points on Fallen Knights. You don't need scribes, do you? You spend 2 with Gellert, 2 with Helveed. You kill the token and get 4 coins. am I excited to try out? Dwarfs. The Roland don't proc, it's already poisoned as well. That's not how it currently works, but maybe? Kind of funny. I would have thought they'd want to avoid designs like that that allow for like timer infinites, where you're just limited by the amount of time it takes to make a play. This is where it's coming from. Oh, okay. Let me see. Manage to create an extra roll in, you get infinite points with Cock. Sure. Well, isn't it just infinite points with Fallen Knight, Helvide, Roland, Gellert? You can make your Fallen Knight infinitely large. Or rework the game again. We're getting a patch. I don't know. Some new cards are getting introduced. Some stuff's getting tweaked. Not fixing. Well, I don't know if it's any good. It's silly that it exists. It just seems like the kind of design that they would want to avoid, where like the number of points that you get is just limited by the amount of clicks you can do on a turn timer. I don't know if it's like a hotfix thing or just like a weird design quirk. Where were we? We skipped ahead. Nilfgaard. Developer comment: with its ability to completely remove a dimension of the game, Lockdown was a problematic ability. While it could serve as meta control like we saw against Vi after the 8.0 patch, it could also be abused more widely like in the previous meta, and would easily oppress off-meta fun decks, something players have complained about since way before it became a meta pick. Since Lockdown offered a unique control tool to Nilfgaard, we wanted to preserve that theme. New Lockdown aims at forcing the opponent to make uncomfortable decisions, like spending the leader ability in round 1, while still allowing for interactions. It opens multiple layers of depth, complemented by cards like Damien de la Tour and the new Anna Henrietta. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of Lockdown. The new one is definitely more interesting. With Igor and Tax Collector buffed. Should have more than 13p. Maybe. I'm fine with them experimenting with keeping its provisions low for a little bit. Because there's nothing else in the game that forces suboptimal use of the leader ability. It's hard to evaluate just how good that is. Adrenaline changed from 3 to 2 again. Adrenaline changed from 2 to 1. Yeah, cool. So the two options here were to change the Adrenaline or to change the provision cost. Changing the provision cost invalidates like every deck that Colgrim is currently used in. You can't use it with Renew, you can't use it with Nova. Where changing the Adrenaline lets you keep playing those decks but makes Colgrim itself less points. I like this change. It's fine. Just makes like the average Colgrim a little more fightable. Falsiri Cadaveran. Provision changed from 7 to 9. Type changed to Special, Category to Tactic. Ability changed to Poisoned enemy unit, spawn a base copy of it on the opposite row. Centurion Lion in shambles. He has not had a good couple of weeks. Poisoned enemy unit, spawn a base copy of it on the opposite row. How many people are going to accidentally cadaver in a Ygrin? A lot, right? Definitely a lot. I don't know, how many things do you want to spawn base copies of? It's obviously good on tall units. Really good on tall units. So against like monsters with Spear Tip or even like Goliath. Pretty nice there. Yeah, it's pretty good defender, sure. It's good against some defenders. It's not great against the Nilfgaard defender. You just get a 1. Against elves and AQ, it's trash. Yeah. That sounds right. Triple Matic. You sold me. Is there operator potential? Yeah, it's another Viper. I don't know, it's cool. It's not like it's replacing a card that was all that relevant. I don't mind this. I'm sure people will experiment with it. Whether or not it ends up being any good, probably not, but... Line prop just feels a little bit high. Some Mimi things you can do with it, though. Cleaver, Horson... Okay, lined pockets. Charges changed from 5 to 6. Fair. Shakedown, provision buff, tax collector. So tax collector's a 4 for 4 now. There have to be decks that wanted a 4 for 4. The 4 provision slot in Syndicate is pretty competitive, but... Huh. Worsen Freak Show, provision changed from 8 to 7. Siggy gets a buff. Siggy's been seeing play in the Line Pockets deck. So this is the only like immediately relevant buff. This is just freeing up a provision from the Line Pockets. And then this obviously is... pretty obviously is going to be played in Line Pockets, right? It's another way to easily pull boat. So it's buffing what was already one of the best Syndicate decks. Not that that's saying a whole lot. But there's some people that got high 25s, low 26s with off the books. The Syndicate deck is still garbage. Well, it's not garbage. Like, if we look at the leaderboard before the leaderboard goes away, there are a couple players that have Syndicate in their top 4 that are high up on ladder. Let's see. think Akella does. Oh, he's not as high up this season as he was last season. Is it 28? Yeah, Akella's almost got 26. Is Dragon BL? I know he had a high Syndicate win rate. Why can't I search this? I guess I can just search. This is the wrong one. Is it? Let me see. It was in the top 64 qualifier. Dragon BL 17. Okay, that's not as high. That one's not as high. That's only in 62 games though. And I think he was playing off the books too. And the reason I went to those two players is because they both played off the books in the qualifiers. Oh, who's talking about line pockets? Igor provision buff, sure. So it's easier to fit in the Igor attack selector combo. That just gets 3 probs cheaper. Coerced Blacksmith. Ooh. Plays for 6 base now. That's a nice buff. Naturalist gets a prob buff. Tunnel Drill fee changed from 3 to 2. So now this spends at 3 to 2 damage as long as you have 2 adjacent Crown Splitters. Patch is live on mobile. I don't think it's live on anything else. Syndicate have many spenders. They're getting more and more. The best spenders are like Sea Jackal, Jacques, Street Urchins. There aren't really good spenders at 5p. I think Jackal is overrated. Maybe it might be overrated in like off the books. I wasn't a huge fan of it in that deck. But Jackal is a really efficient spender in cash. Really just a really efficient spender in general. Like in off the books, if you have extra leader charges, you can convert those for 3 points with Jackal. I think the Cleaver doesn't go tall with this fee. Yeah. He spends at a nice rate while distributing the points a little bit better than some of the other spenders. Rico now sets his power to the current power of the card played instead of the base power. Okay. There's still too many matchups where that's bad, right? It's bad against elves. It's probably not great against Skellige most of the time. Play for like 7. Might be worse against Skellige. Can't tag Greatsword with it. Good into Gourd. Sure. Plays for 30 when you play a Jackal. Good into Oglis. Sure. Yeah, it's funny. It's probably still not good, but it's funny. Dip in the Pontar. Provision changed from 5 to 4. Sure, just the same treatment Shakedown got. Stolen Mutagens becomes easier to play with the Prophet. Beggar, regular Prophet changed from 2 to 3. Bonded Prophet from 4 to 5. Base 6 for 4. If you play both of them, it's 7 for 4 on average. I don't know, playing Beggar over Street Urchins seems hard. Maybe in Tributex? Maybe they... I don't know. Probably not. The Spender utility is worth the 1 point, right? It has to be. Blind Eye Apothecary, tribute changed. Cool.
Trinit High.
Hey, Jim Leahy Park Supervisor. Thanks for the Prime. Thanks for the 3 months. Welcome back. One Pocket's playing multiple 7 for 4 crimes is gonna be nuts. Yeah, they're being more good 4P cards. 4P crimes is interesting. Being more good crimes in general. Yeah, Blind Eye Apothecary is the heal boost. Yeah, the Greater Brothers card. This change is so wacky. I don't know. I didn't think Gellert was that bad. I thought this card was already kind of good. Now it's very substantially better. Infinites aside. Apothecary with Eeyore combo. Yeah, I mean, if Igor lives a turn. Only 2 good cards and self-poison this one instead of the trash ones. Salamandra Abomination's pretty good. The 5P that poisons itself. I liked the Abomination Gellert package. I was iffy on Roland. I think Lockdown's ability can be countered by Damien. Yeah. Just like it is now. 12 new cards. Game fixes. Overwhelming Hunger, Deck Builder, and Tooltip now properly display the change. Cool. Blue Stripe Commando now prevents the order from getting clicked if the row is full. Okay, yeah. It's just consistent, I guess. Now prevents the order from getting clicked if there's no valid target. Did it not do that already? Fixed a bug where opponents can see the tooltip of a trap. That's an important fix. Delay my stream? No. I don't think any Gwent streamer streams the delay outside of tournaments. Roland is also nutty with Salamander. You get coins from enemies too. Doesn't matter. Yeah, it just doesn't matter. You always went to the cap anyway. That's my verdict on SY. The new cards don't seem that exciting to me, but some of these buffs are sweet. I don't know, like maybe there's some weird blind pocketsy deck with the new Dip in the Palm-Tar going to 4P too. That does free up a lot of probs, gives you a couple extra points. Probably not. Pretty nice buffs to the off the books deck, which is already pretty good. Hey, Park Supervisor, thanks for gifting the tier 1 sub to Panzerkritz. Welcome, welcome, welcome. But yeah, the off the books deck gets a Prov and Siggy and a pretty good new mid-cost gold. And the ability to pull boat in a round other than the Siggy round. Like, currently pulling boat in the off the books deck is kind of clunky. You don't have great ways to get at 9 coins. So, like, Siggy gets it 1 round, and you have to sequence in a weird way to pull boat in even just a 2nd round, let alone a 3rd round. Brennan Bomb just gets you there. You all just being like a, what, 10 for 7? Those are the main buffs that stand out to me. I don't know... Oh. This changes. Kind of crazy. Are there any Veil units currently being played in Syndicate? To where you can use them as a 2-for-1 spend early in the round? Just patch out on GOG. Can play Marlene. So what, Roderick? Oh, Nova Cash. At noon CET like always. When is noon CET? The patch is usually out in 20 minutes from now to like an hour from now on GOG. And then the season start is in like 2.5 hours. Yeah, the season starts in 2.5 hours. The patch is almost always out before then. Just on Android? No, it's out earlier on Android. Usually like an hour after it's out on Android, it's out on PC too. Unseen Elder is pretty nutty if left unanswered. Yeah, sure. Swire Dwarfs first? Definitely Dwarfs. Not close. Always Dwarfs. Never not Dwarfs. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick restroom break. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Yeah. Hope you guys stick around. We got some time to burn before the patch. No, I don't have BlueStacks on my PC. First thing I'm gonna try, Dwarfs. Definitely Dwarfs. Ooh, tortoise cam. There he is. Creeping in from the darkness. When's the patch coming? On PC? Probably within the hour. But hard to say. The most it could take would be 2.5 hours. But we usually get it earlier than that. Dwarf stream until new patch. I can't bring myself to playing Dwarfs without Brewer. Just feels rude. Yeah, let's see. False Siri. Boost all allied agents by 1. Buffs aristocrats. Buffs any spies that Emir yoinks. Buffs Brothans. Buffs operatives too, right? Usurper alone. Oh, wait. Usurper itself isn't an agent. Fangs are agents, yeah. Blindheim Bros will be strong enough to renew. I don't know. Probably. I don't think so, but maybe. Theory craft spies too. I have not. I haven't really theory crafted much other than dwarfs, but dwarfs are easy. I don't know. It seems kind of hard to get enough false theory value to make it worth it. On a 6p card, you want like 9 or 10 points. On something that's situational, you probably want it to be 10 pretty often. Yeah. You can look at Emir as like 1 agent per turn, assuming you're playing enough spies for him to yoink, but even then. The armor giving specials will be somewhat relevant for Brewer. I mean, there's a leader that puts the armor on Brewer. Brewer puts armor on himself. I feel like if you get 2 turns out of Brewer, from like Brewer and then the tempering from your leader, you're already winning the game. No, they didn't remove lockdown because of Reddit outcry. They removed lockdown because of the shit design. we miss anything? Nothing hiding there. That's on the Colgrim nerf. If they wanted to change Colgrim, there were two options. I think they took the better of them, nerfing the Adrenaline instead of the provisions. Colgrim's so dead now, though? Is it? It still plays for like 20. You can still go down cards and have it grow. Like, when the Colgrim deck won, it didn't usually win by like 5 points. It usually won by a ton. Hey! Jim Lahi Park Supervisor, thanks for gifting the tier 1 sub to Krat. Colgrim's still super binary? I don't know. It's definitely less binary when it's worth 20 instead of 30. I think it's fine. Down change a big distribute in Horde decks. Yeah, like that change alone is a big buff to Syndicate. Just makes the leader passive Syndicate decks a little more palatable to play on ladder. Hey, Jim Leahy Park Supervisor, thanks for gifting a sub to Kung Fu Rabbit. Welcome back, Rabbit. But like, what's the play rate of Nilfgaard? In the top 100, a fifth of your games are against Lockdown. Probably a little less than a fifth against Lockdown specifically, but probably at least half of these are Lockdown. Certainly most of the Nilfgaard you play against is Lockdown. It's just such a miserable matchup for the passive Syndicate leaders. To go down 3 cards to use Colgrim. Well, you don't need to go down 3 cards to use Colgrim. You still get 2 turns out of it. If your Colgrim's boosting for like 9, which is pretty common for that deck, your Colgrim's still playing for 20. And you still have the option to go down a bunch of cards if you want your Colgrim to grow more. And like in the games where you're going down a bunch of cards and playing a Colgrim and hoping your opponent doesn't have removal for it, you're only losing a couple of points. Past Lockdown. We're jumping all over the place. At this point, we're just talking about stuff. And we'll update the ad on PC probably within the next hour, but it's hard to say. The new season will start in a little over 2 hours. Favorite change? There's a lot of good ones. I think the new Demon Warship's a really cool card. I like these high ceiling 4 provision cards that are balanced more around requiring to build your deck a certain way rather than costing provisions. I think this is just good design, and I would like to see more stuff like this. Whether this card's any good is another question, but I mean, looking at the numbers, it's pretty easy to get like 11 for 4. There are a few 7 power bronze pirates that you can res. There's a power creep of Damien? No, you have control over what leader you get with Damien. you can build around your Damien. You can't build around Anna. You don't know what you're gonna get. Just a different card. Anna is a card. Think of Cleaver and Horson Jr. I'm kind of underwhelmed. I don't know what deck that exists has room for a card like this. Like I don't think the Firesworn deck wants it. I don't know if there's like a playable non-Firesworn Crown Splitter Crimes deck that plays enough crimes to where you care about this. And I don't know. This is one of the jankiest abilities in the game. On a 10 provision card. Ugh. Cleaver I'm a little open-minded about. I kind of hate Horson. The old Gord Crimes deck wasn't Firesworn dependent. Yeah, but the old Gord Crimes deck is also not very good. Hasn't gotten new tools to keep up. Yeah, there's cards that Horson trades really well with, for sure. But there's also matchups where it's a 5. Against most Skellige decks, this thing's garbage. In a lot of short rounds, your opponent can make this really bad. Just Counselor's Vienna with Justice Safecrackers and whatnot. Like in the Firesworn deck? Sure, but why would you play this over the other options in the Firesworn deck? Like, what do you cut from this? All these cards seem better. An 11 for 10, then a conditional 1/1 spender. Yeah, as long as your opponent has a boosted unit. If your opponent doesn't have a boosted unit, then he's a 5 for 10. I think it's Haldane. Super spooky. Monka unitless. I don't know. I'm glad that they're willing to like experiment with stuff like this. If it ends up being broken, it'll be broken for like a month and then we'll all be fine. But I'm happy to see them willing to take risks with cards like this. Just remove the if he's just 10 provisions, like if he's the same thing but you remove boosted, this card's insane. Like hitting a 6 breakpoint while also being 5 power, it trades up with so many things that don't normally get traded with well. Unitless more scary than with Matic. Productivity. Bigger finisher. Finishers are what make unitless decks work. Like, you can trade off cards with your opponent, but if their last card is bigger than your last card, you're still going to lose. Eldain makes it so that your last card is going to be bigger, right? All the things that you've been playing to trade with your opponent all around and go even and simplify the game now turn into Elven Deadeyes at the end. Matic doesn't really improve your finisher. It just makes your trades trade a little bit better. Eldain's not going to be your last card. It's going to be like your second to last card if you're going Bruno, sure. But it's the same idea, right? Like, it only matters what you're simplifying to. Every time you play an Alzur's Thunder and to your opponent's card, you're just trading off cards with your opponent. You're making the round a turn shorter. So then what wins when the round is short? Whoever has the best points in the last couple of cards. Any details on patches dropping? Yeah, soon. Like, literally any minute. It could happen any minute. Getting some games going when the patch hits. Patch is live on mobile. As far as everyone's told me, it is still not live on GOG. You just got it on Steam. I believe it. Does it go live on mobile first? Just the way the deployments work. It always does this. Do I ever pet tortoise? Yeah, sometimes. GOG last is, yeah, it's a little silly. It's a little silly. Unseen LD. Yeah, Unseen LD's cool. 2 points per turn, plays for 11 straight up. Sort of demands an answer. Iced seems, yeah, Iced seems insane. Of the cards introduced, I think Iced is most likely to be game breaking. You go, so assuming you have Bloodthirst and Blaze of Glory, you can go Iced, draw a card, discard a Greatsword, Blaze of Glory, send a Greatsword to the graveyard, get 2 Greatswords back with Iced. An Iced played for 23, cycling through your deck. Oh, sorry, 25, because Veteran. It has Veteran. I forgot. Well, you probably don't want to do it last play, right? Because you want to have a card in your hand to discard, unless you're playing off the top of your deck. Vampires need a way to spawn units on the opponent's side. That's a cool idea. If vampires could like spawn tokens with bleed or something on the opponent's side of the board. Something that's like 0 points but procs all the bleed payoffs. What platform on desktop? Are you on Steam or GOG? I guess I can close my Gwent and see if it updates. It's not like we're in that window right now. Yeah, I'm still not getting anything on GOG. Wish they would add more low provision golds. I don't know. I don't mind getting some cool finishers in the patch. Some cool high provision engine cards. Yeah, what the cheapest one was Anna. I'm just gonna wait on it to update. It won't update while I have it open. If Steam's live, then GOG will go live shortly. The Proto Flutter change. We talked about it a bunch while watching the dev stream. The Proto Flutter change is cool. The old Proto Flutter was kind of boring. The new one's at least thought-provoking, right? Don't know how good it is, but if you're playing it in like a Bloodsent deck, it does a couple of unique things. Against decks that don't play a bunch of units, or against decks that are just like bleeding you and taking you to a short round 3, it makes it feel a little bit less bad to keep your leader the whole time. Because you can always just last play, cash out your leader, play Proto Flutter to get some value on your bleeding. It's not like optimal use of your leader, but it's better than all the bleed points getting wasted. And you can also just go like with 6 cards left in the round. Use a leader charge, play Proto Flutter. Proto Flutter is a 10 that applied 3 bleeding, and you're probably getting full value on the bleeding. Seems pretty good. I don't know. Like the intended case, and then it makes the games where your deck's not functioning work better. Yeah, I'll be trying dwarfs. I'm just implementing the patch mostly take. Patch could be up any minute. I don't know. Thanks, giving you validation errors. Might not be able to play games with the new cards yet then. Unit Vampires, Undying Thirsts to stack bleeds, last play Proto. Does Undying Thirst still do bleed 6? Is that card not changed? Yeah, that is kind of funny. Oh, looks like I'm getting an update from GOG. What do you want points? Turn 3. Yeah. I think they might have, This feels a bit bonkers. Not sure how... Yes, it is all live. All the patches are live. You guys can patch. Gellert is cooldown on Adrenaline. That's super busted. Probably. We'll see. We'll see. Easiest deck of my life. Okay, let me see if it lets me queue. Chat was saying that it wasn't working. Not adding Dwarven Chariot? No. Dwarven Chariot clogs the row with a non-Dwarf card. New cards only available through scraps. Oh, I have no idea. I don't know what set they're in. Their base set? Yeah, that's base set, right? Our hand has the Brewer. Mr. Hoog! This is not going to be fun. Okay.
A wee hint. Dinna jiggle this.
Nope, no chariot. Patch is out. I wish I had the chariot now. A little bit. A little bit.
Humans above, beasts below. Don't know which is worse. Elven Blarney.
Okay. We can have round one, I guess. Convince me to use Dwarfs again. I don't know how many games we're gonna play with this deck. You're probably gonna switch after a game or two. Using Justice Heatwave. Okay, at least we didn't draw the Volunteer.
Would you rather I crush your head or rip it clean off?
Yeah, I've heard the monster cards aren't working right now. It's out on GOG, yeah. It's out everywhere. Or might not be out on iOS. I don't know. I know it's out on Android. There's doors with armor. Yeah, I missed that too until just now, but it's fine. It's fine.
Sword to outshine all others. Hey, what's in a boots?
Yeah, it could make Zoltan's company good. I could see it.
We'll put Mahakam boots to Imperial arses.
You can see an observer which trap it is. Oh no. Oh no.
Have you seen a fuse lying about, have you?
Mahakam wasn't it built
Mover. Sure it isn't the stream delay. Delay should only be a couple of seconds. Does Berber do? So deploy, he gains an armor for every dwarf in my hand. And then while he has armor, at the end of the turn, boost all dwarves with armor on the row by 1.
Just let me reach the bridge. The bridge, I beg you.
What do I want to do? I want to get this down at some point. I just want to play Justice. Let's move this out of the row. Okay, cool. This guy doesn't have armor.
Oh, you've done it now.
Okay, give all my units armor? Yeah.
You're lucky to keep your heat.
I probably get more than 2 points doing this. Let's do this. I should have used it on the other thing.
What? This is poison.
My armor.
I've got to get this stinking mess in order.
My armor.
in for a world of hurt.
Wee.
Step carefully. You're in
Close
my
game.
forest now.
Amazing. Let's play one more with us.
Keep a
Rank
stiff
still
neck.
available. I think it's queuing me casual. I don't think I gained a portrait there. Chariot instead of random ping dwarf. I don't know. Chariot's so janky. It takes up so much space. I have to like put it on the range row.
Oh, I'm feeling sleepy.
If Chariot spawns to the other row, I'd be all about Chariot.
Humans are scum. I prefer L. Dwarves.
Why are we talking about Reddit? What's Reddit complaining about right now? Chariot text against cat. Yeah, sure, sure. I don't know why I killed that. That was dumb. I do not care about that card. Correct. Chariot itself is not a dwarf.
A wee hint. Dunny jiggleless. Can dwarves fight? Ha! The fish pissing lakes. Right! Come on!
Crushing?
Dwarves fast!
I don't really mind playing into the crushing and just lose some irrelevant armor. A Hawk'em Horn? Huh. Let's see what he does to this. I don't know. This is stupidly greedy. When should we expect the update? Serpent trap.
shown us the way.
I wanted to play one more card. I'm at 8. Well, they didn't really push Clog. They made Clog because they thought it was an interesting type of effect to include in the game. I sort of agree. I'm glad they experimented with it, but they nerfed it pretty considerably.
Lost. Fighting me is like snogging a hedgehog's arse.
I mean, I don't have the other resilience unit, so... Yeah, this is always Horn now. Nothing else that it could be.
Customer is king. Job Schaefer's houses is. You wouldn't even break a finger.
Oh, if Observer's showing you, don't tell me what it is. What the fuck?
You're dead already.
Sends the round, right?
The paper's enough. Let's get to work.
Patch is out. You should already have the patch. What's Dwarf's deck doing so far? We beat a Eldain deck earlier. I think we're about to beat another one.
Come.
Being on Spurno? Yeah, probably. Makes good sense. Eldain gives dead eyes for melee Vernos.
If I'm to die, I'll do so sword in hand.
clicks the serpent, clicks the horn, plays Zildane. That's a lot of points.
What are you doing? No one has shown us the way.
So I put this over here so that it still has armor for the Brewer to see. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I get to. Yeah. Oh, 6, right? Brewer goes off twice. No, bad maths. I fucked up the math. But it didn't matter, because we had plenty of points. Oh, sure. Yeah, we can try SY. Let's see. So we want Gellert. We want Roland. I'm gonna try something in practice mode first. Just real quick. That's cool. Pretty excited to try out a bunch of new stuff. I just fill the deck with whatever. Probably want to be able to generate coins. Points on Vinci. I don't think we need Vinci.
You've got the heart of an uncrate.
Loot! Loot! How low we fall. Moving! Or I'll beat you bloody. Yes, you! Have you made your offering?
Fail? No, we're gonna do a little bit more than just fail. Okay, let me first see.
Draw that bandana over your face. It's good advice. Trust me.
Yeah, so this works. Huh. Next turn's gonna be fun. Oh fuck, don't kill my fallen knight, no! Oh.
You're coming with me, dead or alive.
Come on! I wanted to... Oh. I'm doing this again.
Control the docks, control the city.
GG, no GG. Need to run Purify. I don't have time to play the Purify if I want to do the thing. I don't have the combo. play a card to get the AI to pass. I need to have 10 cards in hand. I need to play on Adrenaline 6.
My men know
That's
the
fine,
meaning
right?
of sacrifice.
I don't need my leader. Missing all the combo pieces. God damn it. Come on. Are there more tutors that I can play in Syndicate? I have Bank, Decree, and Neuromancy. EDC. Yeah, I could play
Shark out of
EDC.
water still got its teeth.
Okay, I just need a... No, we've got it. We've got it. Okay. So let's start on... Shouldn't matter, right? Oh, we could play Mata, yeah.
To arms!
After we finish this, I can share the Dwarf deck, sure.
This will make for prime product.
You'll get end of season rewards when the new season starts.
Army's a waste of time for one like
This tech never. Why, Constable, this is powdered sugar.
Okay. As long as nothing stupid happens. Okay, good. Good, good, good. Okay, chat, you ready? You ready? I'm ready.
You will answer my questions. Then I will tear out your tongue.
6 coins.
Yes, you.
4
Have you
coins.
made your offering?
5 coins. 6 coins. 6 coins!
Remove his cowl, then his ears.
6 coins!
By denying penance, you confirm your guilt.
Whee!
Have you made your offering? One. He venerates not the fire.
Whee!
Worthy neither of mercy nor forgiveness.
Yeah, you're limited by how fast you can click. Which, to be fair, is pretty slow with how slow Gwent animations are. Townsfolk would do better here. Yeah, it would be. It would be.
Cowl, then his ears.
Where is this cooldown? Not until Adrenaline 5.
By denying penance, you confirm your guilt.
Vinci would work too, yeah.
Yes, you. Have you made your offering?
Okay. Veil interaction. Veil doesn't work with Roland, but it works with Geller. Okay, let's... You don't get the coins from Roland if you use it on a Veil. Okay, so it wants to go in this deck. Voltest spawns the unit that gets boosted with AA. Didn't they explicitly say that that wouldn't work? Wait. Oh man, this pile is gonna be beautiful. Goya got the least love? I don't know about that. Eldane's a cool card, and Brewer is big in Dorps. Portal for Tax Collector? I don't think so. I want double Street Urchins. I don't know what double Jackal. What does the deck want? Let's go like poisons. Like everybody else in Syndicate. Oh, vampires looking. You can't queue with a monsters deck, so I haven't built one. Monsters seem to be broken at the moment. Broken how? Like, you just can't queue with it. You get an error. Congregate's gonna be better than Crown Splitters? Probably. I don't know. The new card's cool. I just don't know if there's a deck for it. What does this deck want? Like an Auric Firesworn Scribe? I probably want a Czar. Definitely want a Czar. Renew. You know what? Sure. If we're gonna call this combo pile and we're not playing Renew, we're doing something wrong. Caulk. We could play Caulk. Vinci. You got me. You sold me. You sold me. Let's play another combo card. There is a 5p combo card, right? Surely? No? Pounce? Oh, Mantlet. So I can protect my combo. Maxi. Yeah, okay, fine. Fine. Let's try this. I have very low expectations for this, but I think this deck is too funny to not try. Oh fuck, I did want to share the Dwarf deck. My bad. It's the same Dwarf deck that I've been playing for like 6 months, but cutting Forest Protector and adding Brewer, if that helps. I don't know. No, we're not trying every new card today. I'm trying some stuff. I need to play Veil units in this deck. I need a... what's its face?
Appeals can be filed within 7 years.
Location? No, I need like actual Veil. for Gellert spending. Oh yeah, Crystal Skull would just do it. Oh my god. Crystal Skull would be so good here.
Another little thunderbolt. Sure.
Drawing everything looks good.
What do you say we fight on my level, eh?
Nose, mouth, any hole will do.
I don't know. We'll figure something out. How much is so expensive? I don't know. Why do I have Congregate as my leader? That's gotta be a mistake. I want to do. Let's play the Igor now. I can renew Igor now.
Schools do not qualify for childcare tax relief. I stand.
So many berserkers.
What do you think, dearest? It matches your
This world only
Look, don't judge me. Don't judge me. Sometimes you just use leader charges to get coins.
They've so damn much. Anyone teach them to share?
Looks like CDPR fucked up. Seems to work on Veil now. It boosts Veil. It doesn't actually go infinite here. He has 0 coins.
I really ought to help clear some of this clutter. As a girl, I always dreamed of having traits like these.
Amazing. Yeah, the patch is out. It's okay. We're probably gonna lose now, but we did our thing. Oh, patch is out, guys. There we go. How would I rate this patch? I mean, I'm excited by it. As far as excitement goes, this is as exciting as an expansion. I'm pretty hype. iOS lags behind sometimes. I think the same thing happened last season, right? iOS was the last one to get it. Infinite combo? No. We don't have enough cards. We can't go infinite unless we start the round on 10 cards.
Pissing. Sire, deeds of dread.
Yep, this is a new patch.
Mahakam wasn't built in a day.
Mr. Hoog.
Whosoever defiles himself through the practice of elven magic deserves no mercy.
Oh yeah, true. I could just like jam the both brothers. That is kind of crazy. I don't know, I'm trying to like not die to this, but maybe I should have just gone for proactive stuff. One people. It is queued.
Any want a good look at my axe? No more half measures. Fill 'em full. Orange devil, polluter it all.
It only boosts dwarves.
Drop and I'll put you ghoulies in a vice. Spit it till you scream.
To play with my prey, I enjoy that.
No! Man. Did I lose to that? I really wanted Igor that does nothing.
Do you have a loyalty discount by chance?
Let's do
Remove his cowl, then his ears.
Oh wait, fuck, I don't have coins now. It didn't even work. Never mind.
Double shape.
I tried. Wait, really? Oh my god. Isn't the scribe combo infinite? No?
Sorry, I got a bit carried away.
Not sure what you mean. Tried it earlier in practice mode. I need Adrenaline 5 after playing 4 cards for that combo to work. Lost to dwarves. There's no shame in losing to dwarves. What? Okay, I think this wants to be a cash deck, right? And then we play at least some number of good cards. I don't really want to play bank. Let's just go Sol. Oh, and I want this. And then we play this. Okay, let's try this. This feels slightly more refined. I used to pull all cards, put Lippy in the graveyard. Wait, really? Wait, I'm trying that in practice mode. I have to try that in practice mode. Let's see, how do I want to do this? I don't have the combo. This. Sorry, it seems like such a scuffed deck. Oh yeah, this is a super scuffed deck. This is not real at all, but it is funny. Hey, Major Delegate, thanks for the Prime. Thanks for the 15 months. Look, if we're able to infinite combo one person, I will be so happy.
They belong to me.
No, you don't get coins off of Roland poisoning a Veiled unit. You can go infinite with Helvide. Wanna learn a fucking infinite?
Another little thunderbolt. Charmin.
Classics. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't. I don't know. It's not like it's actually infinite. It doesn't crash the game. It's a bit weird. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if it changes at some point, but I don't think there's any need to, like, hotfix it. I play this and get... I don't know. Something. Let's do this, and then spend some coins, and TA something, and I guess spend a couple more coins. Yeah, we'll try Lippy in the new card. I'll throw it in training mode in a second. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not good, but I don't know. I think generally APM combos aren't something that should be in the game, but devs might have a different opinion. Like, regardless of how good they are. Frost Horde is moving? Finally. And everyone is bugged. Well, he's probably just not playing the new cards.
That spells my specialty. Allow me to show you.
Yeah, don't know. I think that's the season transition, maybe? Season might be ending soon. So we can't queue up games right now, but I'm not sure.
Wrist is killing me.
Tortoise Cam is right there. Look at him go. He doesn't usually sleep like that. Huh.
You'll need Form Z6 CV1265X for that.
May the biggest bollocks win!
In this world, only two things are certain.
No! My nonsense. Yeah, you should have got me. Okay, let's see what happens with Lippy and Ice. Let's see how that interaction works. Start of season. Seem to get any good now. The off the books deck seems like it got a lot better. There were some pretty relevant buffs to that. Here, leader doesn't really matter. Okay, let's just test this. I think Decree was on the screen, literally. Okay. And then throw in just a bunch of units. Not that many. Do I need devotion? Do I? Whenever Ace. Oh, yeah, yeah. That makes this a lot more annoying. Just have to draw my combo. Okay, I should have devotion. Beagle. I don't know if I'd get Deathblow Beagle against the AI. It's probably easier to just retry. Okay, we got it.
Skaldar
Okay, he blew at it. That probably means he's not gonna kill it, right? Good, good. Whee! Wait, that only used one charge, too. Wait, so how does Iced with Birna work? What else lets you put 2 cards in the graveyard at the same time? What's the count? I mean, you just kill Iced.
You've got the heart of an uncrate.
Elf Soup, but it's not a discard. Well, Elf Soup would... Oh, you can't get Devotion with it, sure. Coral just discards 1.
Ested Esakrisa.
This isn't broken. This is funny. I don't think it's any good. You're relying on your unit to live, and then you play a Lippy and need to have cards in your deck to summon. Come on, draw the combo! Just want to see if it works.
My men know the meaning of sacrifice.
God damn it. God damn it. Let me test my interaction. Maybe I should just pass round 1 instead of concede. I wonder what'll be faster. Don't need Devotion now. Oh, true. We're gonna draw it this time. Oh, we didn't. Okay, so I can add in the tutors. Also work, yeah. Okay, we want a Nero, we want Fables, we want Decree. I mean, that's probably good enough, right? I'll throw in a Mata for good measure. We're testing Iced with Birna, whether it uses 2 charges or 1. If you Iced with Lippy, it summons all of the cards Lippy sent to the graveyard, with only using 1 charge. So now I'm curious if Iced uses 2 charges with Birna. Nah, it's not on iOS. It's out everywhere else.
My beauteous commands.
So be it.
it only uses one charge on the ice. Yo, that's crazy. The Lippy interaction is just funny. That interaction is kind of powerful. Okay. How do I see all the new cards? I want to craft them all. It's not charge, it's counter. Sure. Same thing. Just doesn't use order. Let me show unowned cards. Here we go. It's way easier. Triggers encounter on deploy. He will if you draw on this credit card. I'm gonna try Foltest. I want to see if I can make just done banners work. Just like inspired done banners. Hey, Peppy Doman, thanks for the prime. Welcome, welcome. That, I really like what's Bone Talismans. Potion boost the spawned copy by 1. I think a Neuromancy is important enough. Maybe. I want Voimir. I want drummers. I could see wanting drummers. Renew. Renew could be better than Draug. This deck is built to be able to take advantage of something like that. Sure. Breaking Devotion anyway. I could play Meve. This is bananas. Siege Ladder. Do we play so many Dun banners that we need Siege Ladder? I guess I could play it as a one-off. think I want these. I think I'm enough of a madman to want those. I really want here. Oh, I don't mind playing Maxi. Play one of those. Play a 7 and just some random 4. Oh, Anna. Anna seems good. I'll link the deck in a second. Let's try the buff to Good Pony Sergeant. Let's try this. A turtle and a tortoise. Turtles live in the water. It's not out on iOS. It's out on Android, if you have Android. Rogue. We're not playing Commandos.
That will do.
Aye, aye, sir.
After this game, if you remind me at the end, I can link it. We have a defender now. I'm not even sure if I like the engines.
The Vormorlands detest intruders.
Again and again and again.
Open this gate, kneel before your king, and I shall show you mercy. Alert! To arms!
Okay, so it does refresh after all of the end turn abilities. So I can't use Leader Charge and then Drummer and get 2 copies. Deck probably needs some unlocks. Oh.
Bloody non-humans.
Aye, aye, sir.
Wee.
Alert! To arms!
Oh my god. Oh my god, so many done banners. So many done banners. Let's Nero this. And then we can AA the other thing.
Dark clouds gather over Temeria.
Aye, aye, sir.
Whee.
Finally.
No room for Draug. Nah, I could have Renew.
Eyes closed, mouth open.
And now I shall break you.
So I'm drawing the Renew, and I have AA. That's all that I really care about, right? This works.
Make Nilfgaard great again.
So just get rid of you. Yeah, Voltest is pretty cool with commandos. Nice, you get his leader. Okay, if he's ahead, I'm going to simplify.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Oh no.
Please wait, Your Excellency.
My Scytheman.
Falling behind.
Leave work here. It's just a little too vulnerable. You could.
Show me what you've got.
Alright, only boost by this throw anyway. Ooh, this is round 2.
What is it you want?
Or Squirrel round 3 first turn. I'd be pretty sad. I'd be pretty sad. Patch has been out for about an hour.
A taste of North, is it?
Shoot the nuts. We knew we were drawing the nuts. We looked at our deck.
I shall relieve them of all burdens.
Aye, aye, sir.
Finally. Let us finish this.
Is the point? No. I didn't use the leader because then I wouldn't be able to use it on the banner. Oh no. Oh no. Last card's the coup. Yeah, rip.
I shall flog them into submission.
Not enough bananas. He also drew the nuts, yeah. I kind of want to play like a Kodka deck. I want to play the Veil TA for sure. Don't think I have, yeah. Let's put this on. I don't really need this. Like Egmond. Let me link the Dwarf deck before I forget. Yeah, season starts in about a half hour. Elden seems meh. I don't know. We go pretty wide pretty fast. Or Chariot's worth it. I'm not big on Dwarven Chariot. Might try it at some point, but you don't really want to play it in the row that you're going wide because it makes Guard and Barclay worse.
I'm a dwarf for business.
Yeah, it was pretty easily getting 12 too. We didn't work very hard. So I don't have access to the fullest. Sad. New cards are out now. We have one of them in the deck.
Finally. Alert! To arms!
We'll link to the pre-DMCA playlist. Not offhand, no. Why? It's just gonna die, right? Let's just do this.
My great-granddaughter will do great.
Regroup. I need silence.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Make him have the payday.
Aye, aye, sir.
Oh, right. Salamanders.
Elves must die!
I can't believe we're playing Meve. Wait, why?
Bloody non-humans. Finally.
He's such a meme. But why is he such a meme? Like, what's the reason why Meep is bad? I think part of it's there's just nothing to do with it, right? But if you're trying to do dun banners, what other leader makes sense with dun banners?
Aye, aye, sir.
Oh, I should be trying to roast deck for the Scytheman. Whoops. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 11 and 9, 20. I have exactly enough in 2. I'm gonna use leader next turn. Okay, that forces me out. The uprising? You don't want to just throw your uprising charges out in round 1. Just play that. Yeah, I guess I don't really want to play the Pavetta here. Just shuffle them into the deck. There's a lot of them with Clogma Draws. I could Pavetta Blue Stripe Scout and then renew it on dun banners.
I fight for him, bleed for him, yet what do I get?
There we go. This is deck 1 in Erland. Ooh. I don't know. Probably not. If it wants an Erland, I think it wants a Draug more.
For honor. And for coin.
Next turn I go Talus AA to Anna. And we have a Neuromancy for the dun banner. Yeah, I don't have an answer to this. It's a little scary. A little scary. I could also renew Erland now and kill a Cut Up Lackey. I don't need to renew for anything else. Yeah, sure.
Succession. What succession? The throne will be mine.
speak its last.
Oh, this plays more into the Tavern Brawl. No, not better. Round 2 or round 3. Well, you want to renew Pavetta. So if you're playing round 2, you want to renew Pavetta in round 2, or play Pavetta in round 2 and then renew Pavetta.
Call this one the Tekla.
I'm only getting one more anyway, so I want to use the Voimir first and then last play full test leader charge.
First to make a noise is first under the whip.
Onward! Attack!
Yeah.
Finally.
We
Nothing like the real deal, excluding the Falker.
got him. Didn't even get to do full test things that game. Let's play one more. Any bugs? Chat was saying earlier that Usurper breaks the game, but
Crush those vermin!
I don't know. The dev was also saying they couldn't reproduce. Yeah, I mean, I'm having fun.
Aye, aye, sir. Finally.
What is it?
Open this gate, kneel before your king, and I shall show you mercy. Alert! To arms!
Banners. What? No. What? It lives.
Full
It
service.
lives.
Regroup. Aye, aye, sir.
I mean, that's fine. If he kills it, it's not a big deal. It got its value.
must die!
Counter resets? It's every turn. It's cooldown. You could play Meve. I don't know. Meve feels a little too clunky, needing it to both live and stay boosted. Favorite deck so far? Dwarfs. Man, still no blue stripes. That's messed up. Monsters are working on ladder now? Oh, cool.
I promise you a quick death.
Like an old fool.
Dwarves win. We'll probably play more dwarves tomorrow. We're jumping around tonight. Not too much more time to the stream anyway.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Probably should have medallion this.
Let us put our steel to the test.
Yeah, I definitely should have medallion it. Great, I'll break my draws. No, because we're gonna play the Dunbanners.
I'll give him yours.
Fall overboard and I'm not jumping in after you.
So next we'll go Aniro for Dunbanner. Because I want to save the AA and we want to echo the Aniro. And then Looter Charge.
That's what we are. Alert! To arms!
Aye, aye, sir.
As long as it doesn't squirrel us too, we have the combo still. We'll draw the Aniro, which gets the Renew. And then we have AA for Dunbanner. There we go. That's all I wanted to force. We didn't have Bloodthirst.
Exactly what I hoped for.
All that dancing around. It's not for me.
Is lockdown with passes? The same way it works now. Or the same way it worked before. I want to kick the AA.
Women, children.
So we are gonna have to Nero for the renew. Let's do that first. Vampire list? I do not.
Left, right, left, right.
Yeah, might have Emble. I'm not really playing around it. I want to get value on Talisman and Voimir.
Here's the better loot than in your wildest, wettest dreams!
Don't fall to the crabs while they still live.
So next turn I'm playing the Dun Banners, so I want to hold this leader charge. Let's renew for Pavetta.
Double the coin and consider it done.
100% chance? 100's a lot of percent.
Temeria has yet to speak its last. Alert! To arms! Aye, aye, sir.
Oh, he gunned it. Darn.
Commands are sacred. They must be treated as such.
Pretty easy for him to have it here. Yeah. Meant to not lose our card to the Iced, but the rest of the Skellige stuff a little too good. Let's see. If I were to build vampires, I feel like I'd still want to play Blood Scent. Yeah, I think it's that. Wild Hunt Devotion Vamps. Yeah, we can try to build a Devotion. Play Oberon too, sure. You want this. Spawn Blood Moon on enemy for 1 turn. Increase the duration by 1 for every adjacent vampire. Probably not in this version. Just want Jägernaz. Swap out for Eggman. Oh, I dropped 1 Bone Talisman and the Griffin Witcher. Or maybe just 1 Bone Talisman. I don't know if I did anything else. My Oberon? Oh, isn't the card kind of good? We're gonna have other Wild Hunts too. gives us another short round plan. These. Carinthia. We can try Carinthia. Maybe we just don't play Juggernaut to make room for other stuff. I want to try the Proto Flutter. Like Armored Arrakis. Need Naglfar. Winter Queen Ardgith. We're not really triggering the Thrive much. If Flutter. It's probably worth playing. What I can do, this, and then another 4. Oh, looks kind of broken. Does it? I'm not super impressed by it. It's like all plumbered. We'll keep TA. Oriana without Defender. Yeah. I don't know, I could drop Carinthia for Defender. But the deck's kind of just point slammy. If Oriana dies, Oriana dies. I have Elder too that I want to protect. Okay, what if we do... We'll do this because of the Elder. Continue with Frost and Blood Moon? A little bit. I did put in the weather card, right? Just make sure I have the Red Riders. Yeah, okay. For Vampire Engine. I think I'd rather just play Plumbered. Yeah, we tested this too. Berna and Lippy both go kind of nuts with Iced. Beast better than Aparian? With Carinthia, yeah. I'm more excited for this than I were for Way of the Witcher. No? More excited for this than I was for Master Mirror. Way of the Witcher was a pretty hype expansion. But like, this is basically an expansion. There's a lot of new stuff to play around with. We got a hand. Patch seems more broken, does it? I don't know. It's pretty early. I don't think Iced Lippy is good. Iced Burna might be a little silly, but like I think Iced in general is just kind of a little silly. Even like the obvious uses for Iced, like Iced with Blaze of Glory, seem a little too pushed.
Taste of milk, is it?
Like, if you're worried that Iced is too good, that's valid. But if you're worried that Iced is too good because of the Lippy combo, I think you're reaching a bit. Oh, true. Beast might be bad in specifically this deck. I don't get the Neckarat to live. We just play the Crimson Curse. Let's just play the Crimson Curse. I know Detlef. Mostly space. I don't know if it's better than the other cards. I want to try this first.
The Vormorehans detest intruders.
It's so good! It's so good! Okay, you got me. You win round one, sir, opponent. You win round one. Here comes Emir. Yeah, we might get a pretty brutally outpointed.
Truly spoil us.
We shall conquer this world as we have conquered countless others.
Apparently Iced got removed? Wait, what? Is there a tweet? What's Flutter do again? Whenever an enemy unit receives bleeding, he gets vitality, the same duration. I mean, he'll answer the defender anyway, right? Let's just do this. Okay, I'm a little scared. My Iced is good. He's a boatload of points. Actual boatload.
You shall know the Emperor's fury!
And do we kill the Emir? We don't. Kind of just let our opponent do whatever he wants to do to us.
from a sparrow's innards.
He's Unseen Elder. Yeah, he's able to get spying. Rude! So rude.
That's thyself, tower.
We cut for defender. Armored Arrakis.
My generals?
No! My Unseen Elder! No. Fuck! So.
Only the pure ones. All else disgusts me.
Oh, sad.
My loyalty.
Yeah, it might be. I just wanted to play all the devotion stuff. It's thinning. It helps us draw to our combo.
Her grace will not be pleased.
I think I like the Alberon. The Alberon specifically seems fine. I could bleed here. Eh. Oh, yeah, I'm dumb. I'm dumb.
Rule will be righteous.
Bring me Fistek, then leave me be.
Taskmaster? Is there anything?
Corpses overboard.
No, not really. Remove spying from something.
Gentlemen, onward! Follow me!
For King Oberon, for Tyr Dalir.
He got more points than the opponent. I don't know, hopefully. He still has Joachim, right? He doesn't have Joachim.
Just a peek. That is all I need.
No, my letter. More point. Oh, they did play ball. That's how we. Oh, they played ball round one.
I pledge it upon the helm.
Easy. Yeah, Organa would have made that game very easy, but didn't need it. I don't know, like Alberon versus Detlef. Where's Detlef? Detlef. Spawn Blood Moon on the enemy row for 1 turn, increase the duration by 1 for every adjacent vampire. 3 turns of Blood Moon, assuming you have 3 vampires, which is definitely not guaranteed, is probably worth like 10-ish. Don't usually get full value. Order damage an enemy unit with bleeding by 1. If you're able to line up these death blows reliably, it's pretty good. Use a point of damage on something that would be dying anyway to the bleed. and you get a 3. So it's like 3 points every time in the order kills something. You lose the bleeding. Yeah, that's true. You lose the bleed for like Oriana. Don't have the row space for him? Row space is easy. What? Row space is pretty free. I mean, cutting the frost is not hard. I think I like the Oberon for having a short round. Because what's this deck short round if not Oberon? We could play Yigernaz, but I mean, we'd be playing Yigernaz instead of Detlef too. Try it instead of Crimson Curse. That's an idea, but Crimson Curse gives you the 2 vampires. They kind of play nice with each other. Crimson Curse just seems better than this. Has deck ever win round 1? Dragolarva, Flutter, Nekkarat. Red Riders. 2 points because you hit a 0 power unit. And you get a 3. Ekimara has 3 power now. Crimson anti-synergy with Elder, because everything is bleeding, then Elder doesn't bleed. Elder removes bleed so fast that I don't think that's a concern. Like, Elder by itself with... So Elder with 1 unit on the board applies bleeding every turn, right? Because the Elder applies 2 bleed, the Elder immediately removes 1 of the bleed, and then on turn end of the opponent's turn, the other bleed is removed. I don't think there's ever a concern about overbleeding the opponent's board if you have an Elder. I can get rid of Beast. I don't hate that. Ghoul can help. I do have Conquerors and Night Wraiths, Noon Wraiths. I don't know, it's not really that good. It's playing a 9. Situational 9 for 6. There's just kind of bad. I don't know. It's like play Parasite. Oh, play Derogare. I like Derogare. Let's play one more game. Paraflutter seems fine. I wasted 1 bleed, I think. So it played as a 11. Oh, Devotion. Whoops. Whoops.
Valyria and Rivia! For the north!
It's fine. I'll just concede in the... We needed? I don't know if it's needed, but the Winter Queen's a pretty good card. Excited is. I'm out of water. Oh no.
Keep a stiff neck.
You renew for Defender. I don't value Defender that highly. I think I'm closer to cutting Defender than playing Renew for Defender. want you in round 1. Hey, Colt.
I must re-examine the manuscripts.
What is this? What is this? Slayer's ability deactivate if given Veil? Yes. It can no longer give itself vitality.
Have you seen a fuse lying about, have you?
Maybe Nilfgaard? I don't know. None of the Nilfgaard stuff was really all that exciting for me. Probably sometime this week. The larva stands alone.
Those gunners are in for a world of hurt.
Traps anytime soon? Probably. Either tomorrow or the day after.
Devil's polluter.
Seems fine. I can try to get the link after this game before we end the stream.
Fool me once, death on you. No one gets to fool me twice.
Beneath the sun.
Probably passing soon. Yeah, I don't really want to play the Naglfar. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to save the Proto Flutter to pass even earlier. What are we playing? Necro with Alp. I think I like Necro more than Alp. Oh no, it's possible. Necro just seems better when it doesn't get answered. Nope. We're listening to what we're listening to. Watch anime a little bit, not much. I wasted Elder points. Whoops. Yeah, I had messed up.
Used to chop wood, but the pay's better for souls.
So what, this is 7, 8, 9, 10, 10? 10. I need exactly 10. 1, 2, 3. As long as... if my... random enemy unit without bleeding. Oh, plus it takes on my turn in. Great.
Naivety is a fool's blessing.
No! I had so many points to play! Okay. This deck's cool. Okay, let me share this. That is going to be it for the stream tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed. Let's see who we can host. We'll be back with more new patch Gwent tomorrow. What is Specimen up to right now? That's what I want to know.